open meeting, our first marathon broadband meeting. Let's jump in. First, let me ask my colleagues if anyone has any opening remarks before we go.
No, just glad you're doing this. I want to thank you for assembling a great array of talent that you have done after making this such an open and transparent process. And I got my coat off, I'll roll my sleeves up next, and we'll be ready to go.
Good. You set an example for us all. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I decided to keep my jacket on for a whole host of reasons, but I am happy to be here, and again am pleased with the progress of this journey that we're undertaking, and looking forward to learning more and being a part of it.
Terrific. Thank you. There will be no votes today, including on whether jackets go on or off.
Phew.
Very good. Just a couple of quick things. First of all, I do want to thank the chairman and the whole broadband policy team. I know there are many, many long hours being invested in this, and all sorts of new faces also here at the commission. And wanted to thank all the new faces and all the already existing faces. Won't call them old faces, but here at the commission as well. And they don't look any worse for the wear, I have to say. But we do know you all are working very, very hard. We do appreciate all the workshops that have been had, and all the hearings that have already happened, and some that will be happening. We have, of course, the one in Austin. We have one coming up in South Carolina, and a little commercial announcement for the one on Thursday on capital formation right here on Thursday morning. So look forward to that. And I'd like to just take a brief moment, if I could, Mr. Chairman, for things we normally say at the end of a meeting, because we're not quite sure when that'll be. Very, very quick. We have a personnel change in my office. Nick Alexander is my wireline legal advisor, has done a fantastic job with me. And Nick, where are you? In the room? He's in the back. I just wanted to thank Nick for all of his help. He is going back to the Bureau to be part of the leadership team down there in the Wireline Bureau. We're going to miss him in our office, except for the fact that he's going back to the Bureau. So we'll all get to be the beneficiaries of his expertise and insight and hard work, and wanted to thank him. And I wanted to welcome Christine Kurth, who, of course, is absolutely no stranger to the five of us, having been the Republican staff director of the Senate Commerce Committee and their general counsel as well. A long and distinguished career on the Hill over 9 years, as well as the National Labor Relations Board, and for a trial attorney, even with the U.S. Attorney's Office as well. So I am unbelievably excited to have her there, and we're very, very lucky to have her on board with a whole multitude of talents, and we're going to be the net beneficiaries of that bargain completely. So I wanted to welcome Christine Kurth as well.
Thank you.
And in the interest of time, I will also pass on opening remarks. As you can see, it's actually hard for us to do that. So I just want to echo and say thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oodles of thanks to the broadband team, and let's get to it.
Thanks. Before Madam Secretary, and I apologize that we've taken your historic seat, but thank you. What do we have on the agenda this afternoon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We actually have one item on the agenda today. It's a multi-part presentation on the status of the Commission's work to develop a National Broadband Plan.
Thank you. And before I don't have any opening remarks, Nick Alexander, thank you for serving on the 8th floor, and I'm glad you're staying at the Commission. And Christine Kurth, if you're here today, welcome. Welcome to the Commission, and welcome to the 8th floor. Today's meeting will be long, so I will be brief, which mercifully means no time for Redskins jokes. It's my third open meeting as chairman, and the third time the meeting has featured an update on the National Broadband Plan. This reflects the importance of the topic, as each of my colleagues has recognized the importance of this task that we've been given by Congress and the President to develop a national broadband strategy. As I think all of us have said in different forums, if we get this right, if we develop a sound plan for ensuring access to high-speed internet to all Americans, broadband can be our country's platform for prosperity and opportunity in the 21st century. The plan is due in 141 days, and today's meeting is a mid-course update on the work of the broadband staff. It's the start of a few-week process to make sure we're asking the right questions, identifying the relevant facts, and working on the right issues. It's an unusual process for the FCC. We haven't seen anything quite like this before, but an open and healthy one for the agency. We'll have more than a dozen presentations today by a number of different members of the broadband team. It will be a long meeting, as I said, with a lot of information. To reduce the formality of the meeting, we've decided to adopt this seating structure for today's meeting. The seating structure and the format today are something of an experiment, much like the public workshops were an experiment. And as I said in advance of those workshops, I wanted to say as well today that I'm sure this won't go perfectly, but these are experiments in making government work well for our country. I thank each of my colleagues for working together to help develop and participate in this experiment. I thank everyone for their patience and understanding as we try to continually figure out the best way to make the FCC work as well as it can. Before I ask Blair Levin and Eric Garr to get us going, I want to thank the broadband team. You are an incredible group consisting, as Commissioner McDowell noted, of longtime FCC employees and new staffers from broad backgrounds with incredible expertise, not only in law, but in economics, business, investing, entrepreneurship, technology, medicine, education, energy, various academic disciplines, and much more. You've been working around the clock. I know that. My colleagues know that. On behalf of all of my colleagues and everyone who will ultimately benefit from your work, I thank you for your work and your service. Also want to thank you for implementing an open participatory process that is unparalleled in FCC history, with more than 24 public workshops already, hearings and more workshops to come, thousands of people participating substantively in the proceedings in person and online. With that, let me now turn this over to Blair Levin and Eric Garr. Eric will get us going. Eric is the general manager of the Omnibus Broadband Initiative. Thank you again. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thanks very much for taking an afternoon out of your busy schedules to focus on a mid-course review. Well, we all ultimately want a set of policies to make broadband in America great. It's important to start first by examining the facts and the record, and that's really what today is all about. We actually hope to accomplish three things today. First and foremost, we want to describe the current and near-term state of broadband in the United States. This will take us on a tour of the record from deployment issues, adoption issues, and we'll also look at the specific national purposes that Congress asked us to look at. The second thing we want to do today is obtain feedback from all of you as we go through the course of the discussion, as well as from the public. And that could come from questions during the meeting or follow-up discussions that are inevitable and also welcomed as part of this. If this is the last time we talk about these issues, that's probably a mistake. So we want to make sure that this leads to more discussion. It's important to note that we encourage and expect a public discourse based on what we present here today. We expect additional discussions with you all. We expect additional ex partes. We expect the exchanging of formal feedback to help us refine what we present. We ask everyone to not only bring their opinions, but also bring your data and specific proposals that we can really talk to so that we can improve the work. That's the spirit with which we're coming to you all today, and that's the spirit of the engagement that we hope to have going forward. Lastly, we want to lay a foundation. The materials that we present today will not have any conclusions or recommendations in them, with the exception of one, which I'll make in a moment. But by and large, this is all about laying a fact base. As we move towards future commission meetings, when later on in the process, we will be faced with policy choices that you all will have to make. And our hope is that the fact base that we start laying out here today is the foundation that will help you and your staff come to the conclusions and make the policy choices that you will need to make. That's our intent today. There will be many presentations, if you could go to the next slide. Starting with our framework, looking at the application requirements of the network, focusing on deployment issues, spectrum, adoption, and the national purposes. We will move quickly. Please ask us questions. That is the purpose of today. Questions are not a bad thing. They're great. The only thing that we would ask is that at certain points we may decide as a group that perhaps we'll have an offline discussion or another meeting if the discussion gets very deep, so that we can keep moving forward, and I'll ask you all to give us guidance on how best to do that. If you go to the next slide, please, Peter, thanks. Our ambition for today is large. We've bit off quite a bit to chew, and we're going to do our best to get through everything today. And the reason that our ambition is large is because the record is very complicated. You've all heard the buzz in the hallways around the commission. You've noticed how busy this room has been. We've had an enormous amount of activity, 24 workshops, 200 witnesses, thousands of pages of materials, and we finally zeroed in on today's presentation. It is entirely likely that after today's discussion, you will ask us to address an issue that's not present today that you think is very important, or emphasize something that you see today that you'd like to know more about. Perfectly fine, and we look forward to that feedback. Let me make the first semi-official recommendation of the broadband plan. That'll be my last comment before turning it over to Blair. And that is that it's very likely that when we get to the actual plan, we will make a recommendation about the importance of data and how we manage data at the commission. I think we should recognize right now, before we even get started, that while the record is full of material, there's often a lack of complete data sets in a form that we can fully analyze. Now, in the short run, we've made a tremendous effort, which we feel on track to complete, so that we have adequate data to make a very credible plan. That's been the work of the team that's been working in partnership with people all across the commission. I think it's also important to recognize that there's a long-term recommendation here too, and we've been working with Paul Dessau and some of his staff on the data review to make sure that over the long haul, we develop the capabilities here at the commission that we need from a data standpoint so that we have really good analytics when we're trying to make decisions that we make in the future. I think it's important to recognize that all industries are experiencing this. The amount of available data on any industry has exploded in the last few years, and now is the right time and opportunity for the FCC to kind of embrace that and improve that, and we look forward to continuing working with Paul and his team on that. With that, we'll go to the facts that we have them in our presentation today, and I'll turn it over to Blair.
Thank you very much. Just a small note. I take it that in addition to the comments that have been filed, thousands of pages, that the oral remarks and exchanges at our hearings and the comments that people are filing online, all of those will be part of the record as well as the comments. So everything that's coming in will be part of the full record that'll be considered as part of the proceeding.
Yes, they will. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much, Eric, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Today we're going to hear a lot of statistics. I am quite certain we will set the Guinness Book of Record for number of statistics being offered at an FCC meeting. But as we go through the data, I think it's important to keep in mind that ultimately it's about the people of our country. I was reminded about this Thursday night at the awards dinner for One Economy, an organization I think you all know. The major award winner was a woman named Vivian Sanders. She's a woman from Bertie County, North Carolina. It's a very rural county. I know a number of you are familiar with it. She's a very community-minded woman, and she recognized the need to bring technology to young people and started a school that focused on at-risk kids using technology, particularly broadband, to prepare them for the workforce. Hearing her story and the story of some of the kids, David Perry, Tony Askew, were particularly impressive, and both finished high school just on online courses, really demonstrated some of the powerful ways broadband can transform lives. Now, this transformation is mirrored throughout society as broadband becomes not just a place for amusing videos, but a place where people find better ways to do things that really constitute the fabric of our lives. During the workshops, we heard many examples of how millions of Americans every day are essentially voting with their fingers by doing things online that used to be done in different and now less effective ways. And so what the workshop showed, and what you'll hear about today, are a number of different areas. For example, in education, where over 70% of high school kids today are using the internet as their primary source for homework. In jobs, where you see businesses, the large percentage of large companies no longer accept paper resumes. And indeed, most job searching is now done on the internet. In healthcare, where over 60% of Americans search for health information on the internet and often change the direction of the way they take more responsibility for their care because of the information they have. We heard stories about how communities were able to attract jobs by bringing in greater broadband for the jobs of the future. But of course, there's a problematic side as well. One theme you'll hear today is that the cost of digital exclusion is growing. Those 30% of kids who aren't using it for homework are obviously at a disadvantage. Those who are not online obviously are disadvantaged when searching for a job or trying to do job training. A common thread of all the workshops is that broadband presents a promise of a high-performance America. For individuals, for businesses, for government, broadband provides a platform to improve, to capture new opportunities, to form at a much higher level, as many advanced enterprises have done. And as you'll hear, when we talk, particularly when we talk about the national purposes, it underlies the opportunity to advance our national agenda for improving different sectors, particularly those in which the public sector plays a critical role. Now, Congress recognized that in asking us to perform this function, and they gave us 4 key concepts that you see here. There's an underlying economic principle to that, which is that broadband is a general purpose technology. That's the kind of technology like steam engines were a couple centuries ago, like electricity was for the last century. They're very pervasive, but also very hard to measure their actual impact. But I think everybody understands that they play a key role in society because so many things feed off of them. So we start our inquiry by looking at the nature of this ecosystem that serves as this general purpose technology. And we ask ourselves, where can government play a role in ensuring and improving the health of that ecosystem? Now, this is an important point. We have to recognize that most of this ecosystem is funded by the private sector, by private capital, and we expect that to continue. And we have a lot of expertise on this team that is focused on issues of private capital formation that Commissioner McDowell talked about having a workshop on later this week. But I think everyone recognizes there are certain government roles that affect each of these elements: deployment, driving adoption, which drives application and devices, which in turn drive more adoption, more deployment, in turn more applications and devices. So while our task is to figure out how to assure and improve the health of that ecosystem, we have to recognize the problems that Congress wanted us to address. And we have various different ways that you'll hear about, but really are not the focus of today, which is where those government levers are. That's where we're ultimately pointing. But today we really want to focus on what are the fundamental facts of that ecosystem. And later on we will be determining, you will be determining what's the best way to assure and improve the health of that ecosystem. But I want to just close by saying that the challenge that we all have to recognize is that the tasks that we're being asked to do cannot really be done with the current resources that are being utilized. In other words, if you take a look at the private investment and you add to that universal service, you add to that the grant programs, the BTOP and BIT programs, they simply are not sufficient to solve all the different problems of universality, adoption affordability, and the national purposes that Congress asked us to do. Now, and this is another important point that you're going to hear a lot about today, different applications require different performance characteristics. If we think as a society we will not need more demanding applications, the gap in that equation is relatively small. If we think we'll need more demanding applications, the picture changes. And the more demanding, the more the picture changes, and in some ways, very dramatically. So to rewrite that equation, we need to focus on a few things that I've talked about here: unleashing underutilized assets, aligning supply and demand through such things as demand aggregation, and other kinds of strategies that, again, we're going to talk about in greater detail in the months to come. But perhaps the most important is the first, and I just wanted to note as an historic matter, this commission actually has a very proud history of unleashing underutilized assets. And so I think that that's kind of our aspiration, to look at what has happened in the past and in similar ways try to capture certain strategies that can unleash assets to be that platform for growth, for self-improvement, and for a high-performance America. But before we get to those strategies, we have to have a common understanding of the factual foundation. That's what we're going to focus on at this meeting. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Carlos Kirshner.
Thank you, Blair. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I would like to give you a bird's eye view of the presentations. We have about 3 hours and 30 minutes to come, over 150 PowerPoint slides. And I'll try to summarize it all in 5 minutes and 1 slide.
How many minutes per slide is that?
It's challenging to summarize it that way. And to make the challenge even more interesting, I'll do it in English.
If you have to.
Let me start with the following observation. There seems to be consensus that broadband creates value by allowing users to take full advantage of the internet, its applications, its content, and the communications it enables. Therefore, we will start the discussion on applications today. There are 2 points that the applications team will make that I want to highlight. First, the requirements on broadband networks vary a lot depending on what applications we want to enable. If we take download speeds as a proxy for performance, there are important applications today that require only a few hundreds of kilobits per second, while others require 10 megabits per second. Let me illustrate why this is important. If your vision of universal broadband for America is that every American home can do just email and basic web access, then that leads to a certain set of requirements for network performance, a certain set of requirements for private investment, and potentially a certain type of universalization program. However, if your vision is that every home and business in America should be able to have access to high-quality video for education, to have access to telecommuting, and have access to online video for potentially a medical consultation, that will drive different network requirements, different capital requirements, and potentially a different universalization program. And finally, if you believe that we should have a ubiquitous network supplying 100 megabits per second, because in the fullness of time it would create new applications that would emerge, that in turn would drive new investment requirements and new universalization challenges. This point will come back again and again today, and probably over the next 5 months. We attach meaning to the expression universal broadband only when we describe what applications it will support. The second point I want to highlight on applications is this. Whether or not an end user can take advantage of a given application depends on the actual performance of his broadband service, and not on a maximum advertised rate. Today, a large portion of Americans get actual delivered speeds that are materially lower than the advertised maximum speeds. Specifically, the data we have suggests that the median American end user subscribes to services with maximum speeds of 6 megabits per second, while the median actual speed delivered is 3 megabits per second, a 2-to-1 ratio between the advertised and the delivered. This ratio is consistent with what Ofcom found in the UK, for example. Once we have a view of the application's landscape and the associated requirements, the deployment team will discuss how much it will cost to deploy broadband to all Americans. I want to highlight 5 points they will make. First, the decision of what exactly will be universalized, as I said, will have massive implication on the costs. If you believe that broadband support in those applications requiring only 786 kilobits per second is adequate, then the number of households which are not passed by appropriate infrastructure today is about 5 million. And the total cost to bring them to bring broadband to them is of the order of 20 billion, which includes CapEx and OpEx. Second, if you believe that broadband requires 10 megabits per second or more, then there are about 35 million homes today that are not passed by appropriate infrastructure. And the cost to enable them would be about $50 billion. And to be in a world where you have a ubiquitous 100 megabit per second network, the cost would be $350 billion. The third point the deployment team will make is about industry structure and competitive intensity. The data we have suggests a potential scenario in which over 50% of homes could be able to get download speeds above 10 megabits per second from only one platform and one provider. This is clearly important for us to consider, given the congressional mandate for us to ensure affordable broadband for all Americans. The fourth point on deployment is this. The team will show that to universalize broadband, we need to conquer a CapEx and an OpEx challenge, particularly in rural areas. The CapEx challenge is well known. It's driven by low linear density of households. The OpEx challenge is driven by cost and pricing of both special access and packet and IP transport services. And the final point on the deployment is about Universal Service Fund. The team will discuss some of the fundamental structural issues it faces and the need for reform. After we understand applications and infrastructure, we'll talk about adoption. There are 3 points I want to highlight on adoption. First is that, as Blair mentioned, there are several large segments of Americans who are deeply underrepresented among broadband users. Second, we will show that the social cost of not being online is increasing, and that the separation between adopters and non-adopters is creating a chasm when it comes to access to jobs, health information, education resources, and economic opportunity. Third, we will describe the work we are conducting to understand the barriers to adoption. We are fielding what we believe is the first ever large-scale market research effort in the US focused solely on non-adopters. And finally, we will talk about the national purposes areas. They include health, energy, education, economic opportunity, public safety, government, and others. I want to mention 3 of many, many important points that the teams will make today. First, and this is a common theme among all the national purpose areas, broadband creates value if it's deployed in conjunction with other IT infrastructure, with the right content, with applications, training, and process changes. Here, more than anywhere else, the character of broadband as a general purpose technology is at play. The important consequence of this is that we cannot talk only about connecting schools, hospitals, libraries, or community centers with fiber or by any other means. These are positive, important, and necessary steps to take, but are not sufficient to foster the national purposes. Among the many examples you see today, I would like to point out 2. One is how broadband could change the economics and the adoption curve of electronic health records, which many believe can change fundamentally the cost and quality of healthcare in this country. And the other is how broadband can enable active management of appliances and the power grid, with fundamental economic consequences and consequences on the environment. So like I said in the beginning, it's the applications that enable broadband that create value. And it's on applications that will start our discussion. I want to introduce Peter Bowen, our applications director, that will take us forward.
Thanks, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. As Carlos suggested, we're going to spend about the next 15 minutes discussing the topic of Internet applications and their usage by American consumers and small businesses. As all 3 of Blair, Carlos, and Eric have pointed out, this is an incredibly important topic for the Broadband Plan. And in fact, our notice on this topic has attracted over 70 different comments and replies, and our workshops and blogs have generated significant additional discussion. What we'd like to do is actually start to discuss 4 questions, as you can see on this page. First is, why is understanding application usage so important today? The second is, what applications do Americans use today? The third is, what network performance do these applications require? And then finally, what network performance do Americans receive today in their homes? At a high level, understanding applications is important because, unlike telephony, which is a bit binary, there are many varied uses of broadband, each demanding different applications with different performance needs from the network, which in turn drive deployment costs. As you all decide on policies to universalize and drive adoption of broadband, you implicitly be deciding what applications Americans will use today and in the future. And that's why we recognize that this work cannot focus only on today's applications, but must also think about tomorrow's world. We have brought today's facts and data to the table, but over the next few months, we'll continue to develop a full picture for the future as well. So why is that understanding applications so important? Fundamentally, applications and application usage drives the use of the internet. The utility of the internet is an important driver of adoption and usage, and the relevance of the internet to everyday lives is what drives people online. There is a virtuous cycle created between applications and bandwidth. As more applications are used, more bandwidth is required. As more bandwidth is available, more applications are used. Additionally, it's important to understand that applications migrate from offline to online, and oftentimes from entertainment purposes to public value. And in fact, we would say that the boundary between entertainment and public value applications is, in a sense, artificial. In fact, in our applications workshop, a panelist made this exact point. Entertainment video first migrated from online to offline, but now drives much of the technology that enables two-way video conferencing for teleworkers in the business world, or real-time telemedicine for doctors consulting with patients remotely. Finally, it's critical to note, as Carlos has mentioned, that different applications require different performance characteristics. As the Commission decides on universal broadband, as Carlos has noted, it must realize there's a cost to different choices, which our deployment team will speak to in depth. This presentation is really our first step in explaining why choosing to universalize and drive adoption of email and web surfing is fundamentally different from choosing to universalize and drive adoption of rich video for education, remote health, and entertainment purposes. So as we think about today, most consumers and their application usage is focused on browsing, communications such as email or IM, and entertainment, as we see on the left side of this page. This focus on everyday application, utility applications is reflected in the top websites that we all know, as seen on the right. But this average view is a bit more a look at the past than a look at the future. Some of the categories here are becoming more and more video and multimedia rich. For example, the increasing use of high-definition image and pictures in news sites. And this isn't just for entertainment, by the way. I would hazard a guess that most people watching today's proceedings on the FCC's own website consider that more educational or work-related than entertainment, but it's still very important. Of course, average usage is also even more nuanced. There are highly different use cases for why consumers and small businesses access the internet. On this page, number 21, we've tried to lay out 4 examples of potential use cases. I'd emphasize potential as we'll continue to refine these. For consumer only, ranging from on the far left of the page, a more basic utility access of the internet, all the way to on the far right, an advanced use case. Let's just take for a moment the first use case of utility. This group would primarily access the internet for basic email and browsing on sites such as Google and CNN. While this is less complex, it is no less critical. For instance, when searching for jobs on sites such as monster.com, or renewing licenses in rural areas at your local DMV website, which I'm sure is a driver of online usage. As we move across the spectrum to the right, the next use case would be something around emerging multimedia. They would still need to access basic email and browsing, but would also require internet access for more complex multimedia, such as watching a user-generated educational video. And that spectrum continues across the page, across the full media use case and the more advanced. And the advanced where we get to demands that include high-quality video and two-way communication for education, healthcare, and two-way learning.
Peter?
Yes.
This chart goes to consumer only, and I'm not sure if you'll get to this today, but I take it that you're also looking at small business applications and the different applications that a small business needs to connect, to compete, and the same issues that Carlos was talking about before, would you say also apply in analyzing small businesses and having to make judgments about what small businesses will need over time to be able to connect and compete?
Yes. Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. We will, our focus today is on consumer, but we are keeping in mind the small businesses, differentiating the enterprise businesses who have different access to the internet today, usually sufficient, and trying to enable our small businesses, which we know are one of the drivers of our economy. So that will be in the future. We'll bring that to light. Okay.
Great.
Okay. On page 22, it's also important, we are seeing increasing similarity between fixed and mobile usage cases, as many in the room see in real time. New mobile devices with larger screens, longer batteries, and better user interfaces are enabling a bit of a convergence. If we think back to those use cases, a utility user's basic email and web browsing can now be done on a number of different devices, whether it's accessing an ebook on a Kindle or accessing the news on a smartphone. More advanced user profiles at the bottom of the page, however, still have a pretty large divergence between the two, fixed versus mobile. However, as we've seen with the iPhone, this could literally change tomorrow. And so our point on mobile here for today, and we'll continue to develop, is the relative value of mobility versus fixed is in flux. We're not today in a position to bet on a technology, so we need to enable both while keeping in mind that what drives demand is the underlying user's application usage, what they need from the internet and what they get out of it. In thinking about applications, it's also important to realize that network performance demands vary significantly, as highlighted earlier. This is a bit of a complex eye chart, but we have started to gather the data and analysis that Blair and others have referenced to better understand network demands and put data and facts on the table. Just to real simply explain the chart, on the left is just thinking about different content types of applications on the internet. In the middle are some examples, and on the far right are the actual, and I emphasize actual, download speed demands in megabits per second. To highlight a few, we can see that a basic download or upload usage, for instance, basic email or web browsing, actually has pretty relatively minimal demands of download speed, somewhere in the order of 100 to 300 kilobits per second. If we jump to more complex uses, such as standard definition stream video of a classroom lecture or a rebroadcast of a broadcast television, your usage demands actually jump up significantly, somewhere in the order of 1 to 5 megabits per second, depending on a lot of factors. And in fact, there's even more complex uses around enhanced video teleconferencing and two-way communication, whether that's for a business teleconference, a remote telelearning site and education space, or telemedicine. Go ahead.
Can I ask you to give us, you or one of your colleagues, just a little guidance on how we should think of speed? You know, speed becomes a proxy for performance.
Yes.
Speed becomes a proxy for the broadband plan before it's all over, if we characterize it well. How
Yep.
do we, going into this dialogue, really, how should we be thinking about what does speed really mean?
So there are a couple.
I'm talking about its limits as well as its potential.
Sure. There are a couple of reasons. I think the reason speed starts out as the dialogue is because that's what it always has been in the past. In the past, with the development of the internet and applications, they've usually been prioritized around lower speed demand and mostly download. So if you think about a user, you're typically going to the internet and asking for something and pulling it down. Going forward, the ways this will evolve there are a couple different parts. The first is download speed will remain important. So if I am accessing an internet website, I do need to be able to have enough speed to pull down the content and enjoy a rich experience. If I'm downloading a video or audio file, same thing. One of the points that this last application usage, enhanced video teleconferencing, brings up is symmetrical speed. Oftentimes in the past it was download. It was me interacting with the internet just by pulling information down. What we're going to see in the future is, as video teleconferencing and other two-way communication devices, communication applications start to take over, you'll need both upload and download. So the ability to interact back and forth at what we would call somewhat symmetrical speeds. Today, it is primarily still download, and we will build out the case for how that will evolve in the future, but we do know that some of these cutting-edge applications will demand more. And then the second point on that is, speed is generally what people talk about because it's easy to measure and it's been out there in the public, but there are other quality of service demands, and I'll touch on them in one moment, such as latency and jitter, et cetera, more delay in the internet, quality of picture, et cetera, that are becoming more and more important as we engage in two-way dialogue.
While we're on the topic of speed, actually, Carlos, kind of going back to, obviously, we're going to have lots of questions today.
That's great.
In the observance of time, I will withhold the vast majority of my questions, and we can ask them in a different format, or else we will be here till the weekend. But, Carlos, you mentioned earlier that the average advertised speed, I think, was 6 megs, but the average performed speed was 3.
Yes.
Was that across the day? Where was the average? How was the average taken? I mean, obviously a speed at 2 a.m. Is going to be better than at 7 p.m.
Yeah, those are the medians across the day. During busy hour, there is some degradation of performance, 10 or 20%. I think the team will have the details, but those are average across the day, not at the busy hour. At the busy hour, the ratio would be even bigger.
So the sampling was taken throughout a 24-hour day?
Yes.
Or?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Several samples through the day.
Were they limited to residential users, or is this consumers who might be consuming in a residential kind of way at work?
Yeah, I think no, Peter, you want to address that?
Yeah. Sean will go into some more detail, but is consumers at home across a 24-hour period, and you can imagine the advertised speed doesn't change. I mean, you buy an advertised speed, but your actual speed.
Well, I think actually this is an important point too, is how much are consumers relying on their broadband connection at work versus at home, and how much substitution is there, and what are the speeds, what are they doing at work? It's very real, I think, and important to this context. But anyway, I don't want to, we could spend all day just talking about that aspect of it too.
Yeah.
So. So please go ahead.
That's great. Great point. Okay. Just to finalize on our broadband speeds page. As Carlos noted, the Commission will need to decide what applications to enable for universal broadband and what that really means, and the resulting network demands that come out of it. So different decisions will drive different value for different end users and will lead to different investment requirements by the private sector. To the topic raised just previously, speed is not the only critical characteristic. So we discussed a little bit of the upload and download differences, and that as really one way to think about it is we have primarily lived in a world on the left of non-real time, so email, web browsing, et cetera. The applications that are driving two-way human-to-human interaction are more on the right side of this page. The real-time stream video and music, voice over the internet, video, et cetera. And their download and upload speeds are important, and we need to also consider other factors of quality such as the delay, which is known as latency, or the consistency of the picture.
Peter, is this part of what went into the request for focus comment on a definition of broadband? And I think this relates to actually both of the questions we're getting. You know, people think about broadband. One, there's a lot of confusion about what it means, but let's assume
Yes.
that people understand it's high-speed internet and universal broadband is ubiquitous high-speed internet. The first thing most people think about probably is just a speed issue. And are you saying here that actually in developing a sound broadband strategy, it has to take into account all the different elements, speed up and down, but also
Right.
all the different pieces you have on the page, latency, jitter, et cetera, at home, at work. So do I hear you saying that part of what you're continuing to do is develop a definition that can inform policy? I guess it's a two-part question, and I apologize. And second, are you indicating here, too, that there's inevitably an evolving nature to it? And so, you know, broadband today might mean something different from what it means in 2 years and 4 years, and that's a challenge for the team and for us to wrestle with as we develop policy in a rapidly changing area.
Why don't I briefly touch on the second part of that?
I won't ask any more multi-part questions.
No, that's fine, that's fine. And then we'll go back to the first, and I may. On the evolution, I think that's extremely critical. As I said in the beginning, we've tried to bring data and facts to the table, which are all around what are people using today. Over the next several months, it's understanding what could people potentially be using in the future, which is, you know, there are less data and facts to bring on that and more triangulation and a buildup of a fact base that's a little more robust. So I 100% believe that broadband definition is evolving, right? The what goes into, what different applications require is evolving over time. And so in the future, go back to our page 23, there may be two things going on here. One, different applications now require more, as users have come to expect more out of them and expect different things. But two, users may also be using a different basket of applications. So those use cases, right, the utility user who's accessing less complex may move up. And in fact, history would say they do move up over time. Alongside that, there may be some benefits from the technology around compression or whatnot. Likely, however, you're going to see the trading up of applications and then also more access points. So today go on with one computer at home, potentially in the future I go on with multiple devices. And I think what we want to do is not take any of that off the table without actually making recommendations. Today, I do believe that we want to keep all of these different parameters on slide 24 in play. We're not in a position where we're saying one or the other is more important or should be included, but they certainly are something that should be part of the dialogue.
Good.
Great. Just to summarize this, and we've kind of already alluded to that, different application use cases result in varied speed and performance demands as we talk about universal broadband. So we've tried to lay out some examples, and again, these are examples that will evolve over time, a basket of applications that different use cases might require as they start to use the internet. The utility use case on the left we've already discussed of a basic email and web browsing requiring a relatively modest 500 kilobits per second. Again, download being the proxy, but in this case actually probably the most important point for that user. If we move all the way to the far left, to the far right, you can imagine what we're calling an advanced use case using more complex and larger email downloads, more complex web browsing, and potentially engaging in a two-way video teleconference, whether that be with, when we've heard this in different workshops, a person with disabilities talking to a relative in the only fashion they can, or an American soldier talking to their son and daughter deployed in the field. So very real-time practical differences between what use case we want to enable. Also noting that it's not just download, so that was a 5 to 10 megabit per second requirement, but also some of these more advanced requirements around upload speeds and latency. We'll continue to refine and understand these different use cases, but it will be up to the Commission to decide what applications today and really in the not-so-distant future, as we know this changes rapidly, will need to be enabled for universal broadband. And of course, as Carlos pointed out, the further to the right you go on this graph, the higher the cost. Okay, I will now turn this over to my colleague Sean Hoy, who will walk through the analysis on what speeds the average American receives today.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the commissioners. Peter just highlighted the applications that consumers are using the internet for today. I will talk about network speed and in particular download speed, one of the key enablers of network adoption. As Carlos stated in his opening remarks, actual speed varies in many cases significantly from advertised speed, and it is actual speed that we should be thinking of in terms of what enables the utility or the value of the internet. The chart on the left-hand side of the page is really just a restatement of Carlos's remarks, but you see that the median advertised speed, think of that as kind of the theoretical maximum of the technology, or in marketing terms, the up to language that you see in broadband advertising is 6.0 megabits per second, while the median actual speed received is 3. One important distinction I'd like to make is that we are referring to median, not mean or average speed. I think this is an important point because in a world of high-speed fiber to the home, fiber to the node connections, the unbelievably fast connection speed of those fiber connections can actually distort the mean, making the average number not particularly relevant for discussion. So we're really focused on the median, and I think you'll see this throughout our remarks as we think about the numbers, the metrics that we should be using in terms of how a network is designed and deployed and how the Commission thinks about universal adoption. A couple of points in addition to Carlos's remarks that are worth noting here. The degradation of actual median speed is driven by a couple of factors. One is just general internet congestion. So think of this as the number of people in your neighborhood on the internet concurrently that just drags down the performance of the network. And as Carlos alluded, the other issue is just busy hour, which often we see a 10 to 20% degradation in performance. Now, in addition to the data that we've seen here, as Carlos alluded, Ofcom, the UK regulator, did a similar study and found that in the UK, consumers achieved 57% of actual. So I think that the point is that we feel good about this analysis. Now, it's worth noting here that internet service providers only control some of these factors. Clearly, they cannot control things such as the processing speed of your device, or think of it as just the internal processing speed of the computer or mobile device that you use to access the internet. However, we think it is absolutely critical that we focus on median speeds at busy hours to do two things. One, to understand network needs, and again, this will be a focus not only in terms of the work that we're doing, but also the work that the deployment team is doing, and two, to increase consumer transparency.
I'm sorry, real quick, I don't want to drill down too much in methodology today, but I do think methodology is important as we're citing statistics. So you're saying you're excluding fiber connections?
No, we are not excluding fiber. It's just that the issue with including fiber is that there's such a small percentage of people who have fiber connections, but the speed is so high that I think you can end up with what seems to be an artificially high number in terms of average connection speed.
You'll make those available. That's just for those who might think there's some relevancy there.
Yes.
Okay. Then with the Ofcom methodology, how much of that was DSL versus cable modem, let's say, coax?
So that is not, I'm not familiar entirely with the
Because I think
specifics
they
of
have a
their
lower
methodology.
cable penetration, much far lower than we do, so it's probably more DSL reliant and less fiber reliant as well. I think I think those types of
The
things.
outcome study found differentials in both.
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty significant.
Okay. Carry on. We'll talk about that some other day.
Okay.
Thanks.
On the next page, what you see here is a distribution of actual speeds realized by U.S. broadband subscribers. So as you can see, approximately 50% of U.S. broadband subscribers achieve speeds of less than 3 megabits per second. So As we overlay the user experiences that Peter highlighted, it is actually possible to see the distribution of user experiences that U.S. subscribers have access to. So, for example, the subscriber that has a basic email, basic browsing, and low-quality streaming video requirement has a bandwidth or a download speed requirement of approximately 1.0 megabits per second. So greater than 90% of broadband subscribers can currently access that experience today. However, if you think of that same user wanting more of a full media experience at 4 megabits per second, only 40% of subscribers could actually have that experience today. And it should be noted here that the demands on the network, as Peter alluded to, will only increase as applications become more and more bandwidth intensive. The record here is quite clear that applications developers, consumer electronics manufacturers, et cetera, will design applications and devices that can consume the most available bandwidth. Therefore, the lines in this chart likely only move to the right, requiring the deployment and adoption of an even faster network. And Commissioner McDowell, to your question on fiber, what you see here is the 9% on the 10 megabit per second at the end of this chart actually speaks to the fiber connection.
Is wireless anywhere? Can you point to a point where wireless broadband services are included?
So this actually
Is all wireline?
This is all fixed wireline.
Okay, interesting.
It's worth noting that this data is currently the best data available on this topic. There's a lot of other really good data out there. We've actually asked the network providers to give us a hand. They have the data on the distribution of usage across their networks to feed into this analysis. We have not yet received it. We're still hopeful that we will, but that's really where the best data on this topic resides.
So in summary, as everyone has alluded to, the internet creates value to the extent that applications are adopted, and that is a virtuous and important cycle. Internet users, again, spend time today browsing, communicating, watching entertainment, but the utility of the internet is really in its usage, and the same technology that is enabling someone to stream high-quality broadcast television content to their PC is the same technology that is enabling telelearning. It is absolutely critical, the task force believes, to focus on actual end-user speeds during the busy hours of usage. This will drive how Americans consume applications online, and it takes into account when they want to be online. Advertised and actual speeds are not the same, and they do not lend themselves to the same experience. Applications and device use and demands are certainly evolving. Internet use today will not look like internet use tomorrow, and the network that the task force designs and deploys will have to be every bit as viable 10 years from now as it will be in 2010. Thank you. I'd like now to introduce our deployment team, which they will brief you, Rob Curtis, Steve Rosenberg, and Carol Maddie.
Any last questions for? Steve? Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Rob, whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to brief you today on some preliminary findings from the deployment team. I'll be joined today by two colleagues, Steve Rosenberg and Carol Maddie, who will talk to you at various times during the presentation. We just heard from the deployment team that supporting different levels of customer experience and value requires significantly different levels of network performance. And these varying requirements, in turn, require different levels of investment in infrastructure, posing very different challenges for the private sector in any universalization effort. For example, the total incremental cost, as Carlos earlier alluded to, of providing broadband to all Americans could be $20 billion or $350 billion, largely depending upon which applications you think it's important for those consumers to have access to. These costs, moreover, go up dramatically if it's important for all Americans to have a choice in infrastructure providers, and if you think it's important for people to have a choice between fixed and mobile infrastructure in any given geography. There are also a few key policies and programs that we think may impact the economics and performance of broadband, which we'll address later in the presentation. We're going to organize our thoughts today around the 3 questions you see on this page. And now I'm going to turn this over to Steve, who will walk you through how many households are passed by broadband infrastructure today.
Thank you, Rob. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. In order to provide answers to the questions that Rob laid out on this page, we need to be able to do some very detailed analysis of the starting point. That is to say, where broadband is currently available and what infrastructure is providing that service. That in turn requires a good deal of data about the situation nationwide, data that meets several criteria as we see laid out on this page. The data need to be granular geographically. They need to be focused on availability, not simply broadband subscribership, but where broadband service is available. We need the complement to that data, where the infrastructure is available, not simply where subscribers are. And finally, we need to, as Sean addressed, be able to focus in on actual speed, not simply on advertised. Unfortunately, the data we have currently in hand does not meet each of these criteria. The data we do have comes from Form 477 submissions made by broadband service providers. The broadband service portion of the Form 477 focuses on the number of subscribers in each census tract at various speeds of service for each carrier. This form was recently redesigned for the data collection starting in March 2009. The new data are an improvement over the old Form 477 data, and I think will provide a lot of great information and analysis on subscribership. Unfortunately, for our purposes, they are not ideal. They focus, as I said, on broadband subscribers, not availability, and though they are far more granular than ever before, they're not granular enough for our purposes. As a result, we have to make several assumptions about the data that we get from Form 477 in order to tease out availability information from the subscribership data. I want to walk you through an example of what that looks like here on this page. On the upper left-hand part of the slide, you see a map of a census tract that shows if we had ideal information, what we would know about availability in that tract. So the dark green areas in the center represent an area of high-speed DSL availability in the center of this small town in rural West Virginia. As you move out from that center, you get lighter and lighter shades of green indicating lower density and lower speed DSL availability. What we actually get from Form 477 is indicated down at the bottom left-hand side of the page. It's a count of the number of subscribers at each speed tier in that tract. We do not have information about the geographic distribution of those subscribers within the tract, nor about the availability of different tiers of service, how much of the tract is covered by each tier of service. And so we are forced to make the assumptions you see on the upper right-hand part of that page. We assume that service available anywhere in the census tract is available to every housing unit in that tract. We assume that the highest speed service available in that tract is available, again, everywhere in that tract. As you see in the bottom right-hand portion of the page, that will almost certainly overestimate both the speed and availability of service in rural tracts like the ones depicted on this page. These assumptions are probably fairly good in some areas, but obviously in rural areas where there's a greater variation within the tract, the larger tracts with lower density, the more these assumptions are likely to cause us to overstate the results. As you see on the next page, we come to the results of this analysis. Each row here represents a tier of service, and then the columns represent the number of housing units with service available only to that level of speed. As we heard in our workshops and Peter talked about extensively, there's a fundamentally different experience for users who only have speed at the top row, say 768 kilobits per second, than there is down at the bottom at 10 to 100 or 100 plus megabits per second. We also talked a little bit about, or I should say that Sean talked a little bit about the difference between advertised and actual speed. Clearly here, we are going with information on advertised speeds as these data are provided by service providers in the speed tiers in which they are marketing their offerings. A couple of other points of complexity that we have simplified to make this chart at least hopefully a little bit legible. Number one is we are focusing here only on download speeds. So we've talked a little bit about how download and upload can dramatically impact the applications that can be run. We focus here for simplicity on download speeds. We also focus here just on the wired networks. We're trying to understand the extent to which that infrastructure is or is not able to provide universal service. Obviously, the inclusion of wireless networks and satellite, as we will do over the long term, will change this picture fairly significantly, but for the time being, just focusing in on wired networks. You'll see that most housing units fall into the second row from the bottom, 10 to 100 megabits per second. The largest group of those, the overwhelming majority of those actually falling in the 10 to 25 megabits per second. So that's a very large range. Most of the housing units in that range falling at the bottom of that range. The most striking number on the page, however, is probably that this analysis shows only 900,000 housing units without service even as high as 768 kilobits per second, the standard most recently used by NTIA and RUS. To be clear, we believe that this small number is an underestimate of the number of housing units without service at that speed. That's a direct result of the assumptions we had to make in analyzing the 477 data.
Do you have any kind of, I understand you don't have the the data you need to do the analysis, but when you say probably underestimates, is there a consensus that we're underestimating from 5 to 10% or 40 to 50% or?
Yes, and in fact, on the following page, because we recognize the shortcomings, we wanted to make a better estimate of what we feel like the actual picture is. So if we turn in one more page, we get a better sense of what we think the true answer resembles. This is drawing on data from a lot of public sources, filings from telco companies, both to the FCC and the SEC, so including 10Ks and 10Qs, and other information in the public domain. We also wanted to get a sense of network capability, so moving away from advertised network speeds to what a end user network is capable of delivering. So for example, for fiber to the home, currently most fiber to the home is sold in relatively low speed tiers, between 5 and 10 or between 10 and 25 megabits per second. We recognize, however, that these networks are capable of providing service in excess of 100 megabits per second with minimal last mile investments. And so we wanted to count those at the network capability speed, not the advertised tier. The results, as you see here, now show between 3 and 6 million housing units without access to 768 kilobit per second service, which, to remind you of what Peter talked about, really is not able to run even the most basic set of utility applications at that speed. The majority of housing units still fall into that 10 to 100 megabit per second group, driven largely by DOCSIS 3 rollouts on HFC cable networks. At the other extreme, we also see that there are now 14 to 16 million housing units with service capable of reaching 100 plus megabits per second. To reemphasize, this does not mean that these houses have that service currently available, merely that the access networks are capable of doing so. While this is a refined view, it is a preliminary one, and we believe that these numbers are a good order of magnitude estimate. We are going to continue our analysis drawing on more and more data as we go, so we do expect these numbers to evolve, but not massively so.
Can I just ask a question, just to make sure, this corrects for all of the following or some of them? It corrects for actual versus advertised, that it does.
It's an attempt by looking at the network capabilities, so yes.
And I understand that this is preliminary, and we won't hold you to it, and you're going to continue to do the work, but as a rough estimate. And then it's also, this isn't a snapshot today. This assumes DOCSIS 3.0 rollout, so this is, you have near term on the slide, but it's an assumption about what we'll have given status quo at some near-term point in the future.
That's
DOCSIS
correct.
rolled out.
And it is meant to be a very concrete near-term view. So it does include the DOCSIS 3 rollout, which some of the larger cable companies are hoping to get largely underway this year and across the next year. So we believe that this is a fairly concrete short-term thing, and so we have included it. We are not including some of the longer-term investments that may be out there, only things that are relatively well-known.
Including wireless, 4G.
Correct. And so going back to the earlier piece about focusing on wireline, this does not include the impact of LTE in any part of the analysis here. That's right.
That was my third question.
Oh, sorry.
No, perfect.
With that, let me turn it back over to Rob, who'll talk a little bit more about the different tiers and the costs associated with each.
Great, thanks, Steve. We're going to now begin talking about the drivers of network costs and infrastructure. And for the remainder of the discussion, I just wanted to frame up a couple of key points about kind of what's inbounds and what's out of bounds. First of all, as Steve's now made the transition to talking about actual speed, we're going to talk about capabilities. We're not going to talk about products and offerings. We're going to talk about costs. We're not yet going to talk about revenue. As you'll see, that's got some pretty interesting implications as we get to the whole cost piece. We're going to talk about the access network and infrastructure only. We're not going to talk about other parts of the network that might affect performance. Peter alluded to this before. When you download, anything, you're not only hitting the access pipe in the network, you're hitting a server at least on the other end. We're not going to talk about the server on the other end. We're going to talk about just the access piece of the network. So with that, let me turn to this slide. This will be a 3-series piece, just really setting the groundwork and the fact base for understanding a fundamental driver of cost in the rural setting. This is going to be a telco example about driving fiber deeper into the network. Fundamentally, the point is that network performance that's available to end users is often largely explained by how deep fiber has been driven into the network. And at a high level, the spectral efficiency of fiber is fantastic. It's extremely future-proof, and that's something, all things being equal, that's good. I should note, by way of completeness, that there have been some really interesting technological advancements lately, and that things like fast Ethernet over bonded pair, things like microwave, provide, in some cases and in some application settings, a pretty good way of delivering high bandwidth connectivity. But again, for the purpose of this illustration, we're going to talk about fiber. So if you could hit the next button. So what the movement between page 1 of this example and page 2 shows is taking fiber from the central office and taking it out to the RT. Again, this is a telco example, but it's largely true of all the terrestrial sorts of solutions. Right? When you take that fiber from the central office, the switching center, or the head end, and you push it deeper, you do a couple of things generally. You improve performance and you improve reliability, both of which contribute to overall network goodness. The other place where this comes into play is also in wireless. More fiber to wireless towers reduces OpEx, improves capacity as you get higher data rates. And interestingly, the record pretty clearly demonstrates that, not more than 30% of all the wireless towers currently have fiber out to them. It's probably a lot lower than that. 70% was at the high end. You can go to the next slide. Finally, right, this is home run fiber. And it's pretty clear that fiber to the premises, as a couple other people have already mentioned, drives significantly greater capacity. Also comes with, as we'll see in greater detail later, much higher cost. But this is kind of the final endpoint of how you go about improving bandwidth and performance all the way through the network. You start at the CO, you keep laying fiber out, keep incurring incremental costs, and you keep getting better network performance. And this is kind of a key thing to keep in mind as we go through and drive through these slides. Next slide. So before we turn to the costs pieces specifically, it's kind of an interesting way of pulling together the different facts around households, who's covered with what, how technology is evolving. What this page really is a forward-looking scenario in which providers complete the build-outs they've announced. So this goes back to Steve's points. We've got near-term build-outs in here, so e.g. DOCSIS 3, but not other longer-term, more speculative build-outs. What this page shows fundamentally is that as bandwidth demand grows, the number of providers able to meet that demand in any particular geography decline, perhaps significantly. So to put a finer point on it, if you believe that Americans will demand an application basket that requires 10 to 25 megabits of actual delivered capacity, which might include things like standard definition video, enhanced video conferencing, high definition stream video, then 50 to 80% of Americans may have only one provider of access. However, if you believe that broadcast quality video is the main bandwidth intensive app, and that customers can get through a synthetic bundle of DSL and satellite, a product bundle that meets this need, then maybe you have at least two competitors in a much larger part of that footprint. The other thing to note here is that this is a wireline example. We've not included 4G. While we don't have a crystal ball, it's hard to believe in some ways that You're going to get consistent, reliable, robust 4G at the 25 megabits per second level. But that doesn't mean it might not have an impact on the competitive intensity overall point. If you believe there's high cross-elasticity of demand between fixed and mobile bundles, you may well believe that rolling out a robust 4G product does two things to the product definitions on this page. One, it may reduce price for these bundles because there's high substitution to 4G wireless. Two, may actually affect the size of the product market. Fewer people may adopt the wired line bundle if there's an alternative to 4G that is 4G. The real crux of the point, though, is that to get these benefits out of 4G requires releasing large amounts of spectrum. The available spectrum in the market today doesn't support the kind of bandwidth that would probably be needed to drive those advantages, those competitive advantages in these markets. And you know, the ancillary advantage of that is it sets the stage for the U.S. to be the world leader in mobility. Take us to the next slide, Steve. So now we're going to transition. We're going to begin to talk about the economics of providing universal availability at different service levels. So this page really is about the economics of providing broadband to rural areas. And they're challenging, as Carlos alluded to before, for predominantly, one reason: linear density. Linear density is really just a measure of households per linear mile. As you can see on the left side of this page, linear density declines in the United States like a hockey stick. As you can see on the right side of the page, decreasing linear density increases network costs. So you put the two together, and when you get into a rural environment, you've got a very challenging problem that you need to overcome. And again, the record pretty clearly bears out this relationship between linear density and cost. We see that over and over again. And this, along with the emphasis on driving fiber deeper, I think really you put these two pieces together and you've got the picture of what drives cost in the network. The next page really just illustrates that as we begin to think about who's passed by what and how much it costs to increase infrastructure deployment, we need to consider the existing infrastructure, which includes, as you can see, many different technologies. There are a lot of brownfields out there. Who's adjacent to what and what service level we need to meet largely affects how you think about this problem. All of these technologies come into play. Now we're going to transition to talking about cost in a little more detail. A couple of things to say before we get there. First, they're preliminary estimates, and we think they provide a good order of magnitude on the range, and we're going to be continuing to refine these estimates over the coming months. Second, they've been made with a lot of simplifying assumptions. It's difficult to get a cost estimate for any kind of network infrastructure on one page, let alone one bar on a graph, which is what you'll see. So there's a lot of simplification going on, but I think they really drive to the right order of magnitude. Finally, again, we're looking at actual performance, not advertised. All three of those are important to keep in mind. So as you go to the next page, Steve. So what this page does is this compares the average, so like across an urban-rural mix, the average network cost and performance across a variety of key technologies. There are other technologies which as we go forward, we'll think about those as well. We just wanted to get you something like to frame up the overall cost structure, right? What you'll notice is as you work from the top to the bottom, you certainly decline in performance. You roughly decline in order of cost. And what's interesting is a lot of this is a function of how much investment has already been in the network. The stuff that costs little now is usually because there was a lot spent later. And we'll work through this as we go down. So you start at the top of the page, you've got fiber to the premises. Very high network capacity and performance, extremely high cost. Not surprising, it's a greenfield. There's not a legacy network that you build the fiber onto. You've got to dig new trenches, put out new optical terminals, et cetera, et cetera. Very high cost, but you get a lot for it. Next down the page is HFC. Significantly less expensive in one way when you compare it to fiber, but keep in mind, there's a lot of embedded cost of HFC that got plowed into the ground years and years ago. So this cost represents the upgrade of existing HFC plant. It's not that HFC is fundamentally less expensive to deploy than fiber, it's just that it's already there. You see the same thing with DSL. There's embedded telco plant that's being upgraded. Relative to fiber, relatively less upgrade cost because of the embedded cost. You actually see the same thing in 4G. 4G gets to ride a lot of the embedded cost of 2G and 3G, especially in towers. Right? The final interesting thing to note about 4G is, again, we don't have a crystal ball on what the performance here is going to look like, but, I think we can say that it's, on a cost performance basis, it's pretty difficult to get 4G to scale to FTTN and HFC levels on a cost-effective basis. So hopefully this page begins to lay the contours for how we think deployment and infrastructure build-outs might evolve to meet the needs of different individuals. So this next page, which is again a wireline example, really just attempts to disaggregate cost drivers and highlight a couple of interesting, well, I think they're interesting, I hope you do too, a couple of interesting facts. First, and hopefully obviously, everything is more expensive in the rural case than in the urban case. CapEx, much more expensive, an order of magnitude more expensive when you get to a rural case than an urban case. This is directly related to the cost of reaching an RT or a DSLAM, in this case with higher capacity, fiber and or bonded copper. It's very expensive. Second, transport and transit, which interestingly, in this case, is actually a larger driver than urban CapEx is. If you compare rural transit and transit to urban CapEx, it's a very large number. And it's because it's expensive to move large amounts of data over a long distance from places that have low revenue density. That's just the economics of the situation.
What's
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask, how do we define rural in this context? What are we incorporating in that category?
I think we looked generally at towns to come up with this analysis. Towns below about 10,000 people. There's an open at the end of the day, we're going to come up, we believe, with an estimate from town A to interconnection point B. So I think I wouldn't get too hung up on exactly where that breakpoint is. It's probably largely linear as you decrease density and size of town and distance from large urban center that's got a high-speed interconnection point, the cost of the transit and transport goes up.
So this isn't the most extreme comparison, even
Absolutely not.
By far.
No. We went out of our way, as crazy as some of these numbers look, we went out of our way to be, reasonable in the rural case. There are some, and they're in the record, there are some extremely expensive DSL loops being built out or, that people would like to build out in rural areas today. And it's because of how far these homes are from central offices. So the cost can go up from here, not necessarily down.
The transit and transport piece, can you talk more about that, break out some of the elements
Sure.
of what's in there?
So we call it transport and transit. Let's start on the transport side. You've got traffic that's gotten aggregated from a low-density rural area that you've got to get back, let's call it 100 miles to some interconnection point. So you buy a facility. Typically, you buy a facility from someone else. You might buy special access. You might buy access on a gigabit Ethernet port. You might buy access to a microwave link, but you pay on an incremental monthly basis a recurring charge to get connectivity from your point of aggregation back to your point of interconnection. And that's OpEx that gets charged to you over and over again, and it's often special access. All right, you might also buy dark fiber if you can find it, but what we've heard so far is that in a lot of these rural areas, even the fiber-fed COs are fed pretty thin with fiber. So that's the transport piece. Then there's the transit piece on the other end. Transit fundamentally is the interconnection to the internet itself. In urban areas, let's call it 50 Hudson Street in New York, where you interconnect at that carrier hotel is the point at which you'd connect to the internet. But if you're connecting to Little Rock, you pay two costs in transit. let's call it real transit, which is by the time you get it back to the carrier hotel that's connected to the internet. You still got to pay a bit of transport to get from Little Rock, which doesn't have a tier 1 interconnection point in all likelihood, to a bona fide interconnection point. So you're paying for transport kind of twice.
Go ahead.
Does any of this take into account the budding market for fixed wireless backhaul to substitute for transit and transport?
That is one of the things that as we go forward, we're going to look at. This particular example does not include that cost. But we're aware that is available in some areas. Yeah.
And I'd like to add that it could be available with use of white spaces in rural areas in particular. There's a lot of bandwidth out there available.
Yeah, have heard that.
And I take it that part of the ongoing work as part of that is to identify strategies to bring these numbers down from the perspective of someone who's rolling out a network or putting the investment in to make it more economic.
Yes, absolutely. So I suspect that we're going to find that there are two pieces to this $150 problem. Piece number one is figuring out ways to reduce, price and figuring out ways to reduce cost. And using white spaces in rural areas is certainly one strategy we need to and want to look at as a way of reducing cost.
Can I also just take
No, you go ahead.
tick you back a page to the 4G comment note? 4G costs don't scale well. Is that what is that a function of?
Well, it's probably a function of two things. First and foremost, it's probably a function of scarcity of spectrum. So the more spectrum you throw at the problem, the better this cost scale. It's probably also affected the physics of the air interface, that, transmitting bits over the air is less spectrally efficient than transmitting bits over fiber. But, one of those isn't controllable. It sort of is what it is. The other one, we could take material steps to reduce and improve, by figuring out what to do to release some more spectrum into the market.
I hate to ask you to repeat because we got so much new territory here, but you kind of blew a hole in my hopes for dark fiber. Can you elaborate a little bit on what you're saying with regard to that?
So I'll speculate a little bit, and you'll give me the freedom to speculate a little bit. There's probably, and we have heard from many people, lots of dark fiber in largely urban areas. I think the likelihood, on average, of finding significant dark fiber as you move into the less densely populated areas goes down. So I don't want to be taken as suggesting that there's no dark fiber running around. There clearly is. The question is whether there's dark fiber in the places that we've got a high-cost problem. Not so sure about that. That's something on the list that we need to look at really hard.
Right.
Instinct is probably not. Love for somebody to prove me wrong.
I just might note very quickly two things. One, we're very grateful that Rob is with us because he's actually was in the business of doing this and understands the mechanics, as you can see. And secondly, and this, Eric talked about the difficulty of distilling the record. Our staff has had a lot of discussions with various folks about the fiber issues, and there are all kinds of things that, for purposes of today, it's not like we're hiding the ball or anything. It's just preliminary discussions. The point we want to make, and I think Rob's team has done a very good job making it, is, there are these critical assets, the critical inputs. Spectrum is one. We'll talk a little bit more about that later, but fiber is clearly another. And as a country, particularly in places like rural America, to get the performance that we may want, we need to find new ways of doing it. And, your question about the backhaul, it's certainly developing, though one of the things, and I think this happened, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Baker, at the hearing that you held in Austin, I think people talked about the hope of spectrum is providing that backhaul, but to do it again, to go to Rob's point, we need more spectrum out there.
Exactly. All right, if you could hit the next slide. One more. Great. So this is kind of the counterpart to Steve's slides. This is kind of the so what slide. What does this really mean? This table describes the cost of providing universal broadband to all Americans. Now, the numbers on this page are going to get refined over the coming months, but, again, we think they provide a pretty good order of magnitude estimate. I do want to say a few words about what these numbers are and what they're not, because there are some important call-outs on what we've got here. First of all, they represent the current state of play. So unlike other slides in the deck, they don't give credit to the DOCSIS build-out. This is, what we think exists right now today. Everything on this page is incremental to what's in the ground and turned on. That's number one. Number two, they're not net of revenue. There's no revenue in these numbers at all. That's, in process, very complicated to figure out how to calculate incremental revenue, who's cannibalizing what. So these are total cost numbers. They're total investment, some of which might be filled, and probably would be filled, by private sector investment. Third, the capability estimates on the far left, these are commercially expected performance. Okay, so what do we think, today, people would probably roll out, support, and turn on, which has got all kinds of assumptions about take rate and economics and pricing and cost and those sorts of things. So they're not theoretical maximums. Second, these numbers, and I alluded to this before, these numbers only include the cost of one network. So doesn't imply choice. And this doesn't imply both fixed and mobile in a geography. It implies fixed or mobile in a geography. If you solve either of those other two problems, these costs go up, probably substantially. Don't have a fine point on that yet.
Is build-out time factored in here, like it's 350 billion? Does that mean you do it in 2 years, or does it go way down if you do it in 10 years, or?
This is the cost. The way to think, the short answer to your question is no, build-out time's not factored into it. I think it's probably fair to say there aren't enough contractors in the world to get this built out in a year. If you said we want fiber everywhere, I don't think it would happen in a year. So those costs are not reflected in here. There definitely is, as we refine this, there's timing issues, just cost of capital, how long is it sitting on the table before it gets deployed. Those will get factored in and backed out. They're not currently in the model.
And Rob, if I can add something, while technology evolution may have an impact on these costs, a lot of these costs are around civil works, and labor, and that is not subject to Moore's law, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Some of the stuff rides a declining cost curve. Most of the stuff that's actually in a lot of these numbers just doesn't. The other thing these numbers assume is they assume that the most efficient provider of technology is what gets built out. So there are other high-cost solutions that might get built out for a variety of reasons. We haven't figured in that incremental cost. We assumed, kind of cheapest, easiest way to meet these numbers. So, as you can see, right, we've got a large range for you. $20 billion to $350 billion. And they depend, of course, on things like, upgrading the backhaul network, more capacity, more backhaul, what the oversubscription model for data looks like, things like that. But most importantly, and this is hopefully by now a recurring theme, they depend on the applications basket you all think needs to be supported. Do you need basic email and web browsing, or do you need to move towards an ever-increasingly rich basket of symmetric applications like, high-definition video conferencing? Those decisions are going to have a very dramatic effect on the total cost of implementation. So with that, let me turn this over to Carol for a while.
Can I drill down just real quick on that last point you just made? You said some of the cost depends on the application basket you all think needs to be supported.
Yep.
You all, meaning us, or
Yes.
meaning the American consumers?
I presume you all, but maybe.
Well, this is an important point. The FCC should be determining what application baskets are best for consumers.
If I may, I think the market is going to be segmented. There will be segments of the market where, the market will decide. But there will be segments of the market where perhaps you're going to have to design an universalization mechanism. Those households, those customers will not have the infrastructure to decide what they want. They will be subject to constraints. And in designing that mechanism where the market is not operating efficiently, we're going to have a point of view of what it is that we're going to enable those people to have.
I mean, your point is that consumers will define the market, and we think that's right. obviously. But if you look at the congressional directive to us, is to develop a plan to do certain things, including universality. All we're saying is universality, it's very different than universality in the context of the public switch telephone network. Voice was a very simple service. It was kind of one thing, and there was a certain quality of service to it. But it was this one thing, and what we're saying here, it's a very different problem. And Carol's going to go into talking about universal service now. But I think that really is a lot of the task that Congress asked you to help develop, us to develop a plan to give to you to then send to Congress. So it's implicit in the congressional directive that it's not that you're deciding for the American consumer what they will do, but you are going to have to make certain decisions about, as we seek to universalize this service, what this service really means.
So in terms of applications, we're sort of bifurcating voice and everything else.
Well, I don't know that I would,
Is that what you mean, or do you mean within the everything
No,
else?
I was just
we're gonna
using
be
voice
making
as an
those
example
decisions?
for universalization, that was a relatively simple thing.
Right.
And, as we go, and part of it is, I think Congress wisely chose to talk both about the universalization aspect for what we might think of as American consumers, but also broke down certain national purposes. In other words, as we think about these buckets, we may think that it's appropriate to have a universalization mechanism for American consumers that is less than what we want all of our hospitals to have, or all of our healthcare clinics, or all of our schools, or all of our job training centers, or something like that. And we'll get into that as we talk about the national purposes. So it's not one size fits all, but I think that segmentation work will be key to having a successful plan.
Thanks for that clarification.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we're going to spend the last few minutes of this segment talking about regulatory policies that impact the universalization of broadband. I'm going to start off by talking about universal service. I'd like to emphasize 3 points. First, virtually everyone agrees that universal service, the current system, is in need of an overhaul. Second, our current universal service system over time will become unsustainable in a broadband world. And third, in this broadband plan, we are looking at how to universalize the network of the future, which includes a variety of applications and services. As you know, the E-rate program already has provided significant support for broadband for schools and libraries across America. For the moment, though, let's focus on the high-cost aspect of universal service, which supports phone service in rural America. At the outset, it's important to acknowledge that some companies that are deploying broadband today receive significant universal service revenue streams, while others do not. High-cost funding goes to telephone companies, both wireline and wireless. It does not go to the cable companies that are deploying VoIP, nor does it go to wireless providers that provide only broadband. For those telecommunications companies that do receive high-cost support, there is a significant variation in the amount of support per line that they receive and where they are in terms of their broadband deployment. The FCC has repeatedly emphasized that today's public switch network is a platform for providing both voice and broadband, and our universal service policies should not impede the deployment of that modern plant. For the very smallest telephone companies, the rate of return carriers have made it clear that they are relying on USF to evolve their rural telephone networks into a packet-enabled infrastructure that supports high-speed internet transmission and the delivery of video content. AT&T, Verizon, and Qwest receive USF support on a different system, a forward-looking cost model that was adopted more than a decade ago, a model that was not sized for broadband. Even though those 3 companies collectively hold the largest absolute number of rural access lines in America, far more than the unserved lines of all the other companies combined, our information to date suggests that those companies aren't deploying broadband in their more rural areas, but rather are focusing their capital investment in the urbanized areas of their territory. In addition, there are structural challenges facing the Universal Service Fund. The high-cost fund grew significantly in recent years, largely due to the growth in support provided to competitive ETCs. While the FCC imposed a cap on CETC funding in 2008, we are still likely to see increased demand for the size of the fund. For instance, rate of return carriers are likely to continue to lose access lines, and USF for those companies will make up the shortfall in their revenue requirements. The assessable contribution base has been essentially flat or declining since 2000, even though total revenues in the communications industry, the broader industry, have been growing. There are many reasons for this. Households are dropping second lines, and increasingly service offerings do not have a distinct, easily measurable interstate component. Consumers are communicating in various ways that are not part of the USF contribution base. For instance, my teenager communicates almost exclusively through IM, texting, and Facebook, none of which are part of the contribution base. On the business side, systems integrators are creating corporate communication solutions that bundle Skype and other functionalities. The net result of all of these trends will be a rising USF contribution factor, which ultimately is borne by the consumers and the businesses that are purchasing those services that are subject to assessment. More than a decade ago, Congress recognized that universal service is an evolving concept. As we develop this National Broadband Plan, we are looking at how universal service should be part of the broadband future. And now I'll turn it back to Rob.
Thanks, Carol. I'll try to speed through the next couple of slides here. So the next slide, comes back to a favorite topic from earlier, middle mile cost. As you all know, there are a number of policies that potentially bear on the cost of the middle mile, which we just wanted to call out. Go to the next slide. This is actually interesting. We found that the record indicates that up to 20% of the total cost of fiber can be driven by various rights-of-way issues. And obviously, this falls into the camp of whatever we can do to reduce the cost of getting fiber out, or other methods of backhaul out into these more rural areas. The less expensive things are going to be. Next page. In some cases, we found that, up to 3/4 of total fiber costs can be eliminated through joint trenching. Joint trenching is fundamentally when there's a trench open by a road or in a neighborhood for one reason, e.g. a power company decides to lay power lines, the phone company goes behind, or the cable company or whoever, and puts fiber in the ground, that dramatically reduces the cost. A tremendous amount of the cost is finding out where the gas lines are and actually digging the trench. So if you do two things at once, not surprisingly, you get some really remarkable synergies. So just wanted to call that out factually. So what have we told you today? We've fundamentally told you that the number of homes that don't have broadband depends on how you define broadband. And at least, given a relatively low definition of broadband, 3 to 6 million households lack it. We've indicated that the cost to make broadband universally available depends on this definition of broadband and falls within the relatively narrow $20 to $350 billion range. We indicated that there are different technologies and they all have different upgrade paths and they don't have different cost performance characteristics. And those, what people choose to deploy in their network will largely be determined by how you all think about the definition of broadband. These costs are often driven, counterintuitively, more by OpEx than CapEx. We hear more people talk about the CapEx problem than we do the OpEx problem, but there's actually a significant OpEx problem. And that OpEx problem is really magnified in rural areas, largely due to transport economics. As application use evolves and the demand for these high-speed services increase, on current course and speed, only a small percentage of Americans may have access to a provider able to serve high-speed product markets. As I indicated, the 4G deployment may affect demand as well as the value pool within any of these different speed market segments. And moreover, depending upon the bandwidth requirements, 4G may even compete in some of these areas, but probably requires large amounts of new spectrum. We indicated that some USF recipients have made progress in bringing broadband to rural America, but the fund faces systemic and structural problems. And finally, we indicated that there are a number of other policies that potentially affect broadband performance and economics. Thank you all for your time very much. I'd like to turn the conversation over to Anurag Lal, who's the International Director for OBI, who will talk about some of the early lessons from the international workstream. Thanks very much.
Thanks to each of you. I just want to say now, and I should have said it at the first panel, and I should say it for each of these, this reflects a tremendous amount of hard work and thought and preparation, and we appreciate it.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I might note that we're running a little bit behind our proposed schedule, but I think it would be good if we can get through the next three. I've asked the presenters to cut down a little bit from the presentations, not that these issues aren't important, but that in terms of laying the factual basis, we want you to hear from everybody today so that you have a picture of the whole. But to do that, I think realistically, we're going to need folks to be as quick as possible.
Okay. Good. So we'll break at the...
We'll break after, as proposed, after the next, I think we have 3 presentations part of the break, but these will all be much shorter.
Great.
Than the earlier ones. Go ahead.
Thank you, Blair.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for joining us today. Appreciate the opportunity to provide you with insight into some of our international learnings as a part of the work stream that I'm conducting. Over the next few minutes, and I'll be mindful of Blair's request of trying to speed through this as best as possible, but over the next few minutes, I hope to be able to give you a sense of the work stream, our objective, what we're trying to accomplish, and also give you a quick snapshot specifically around Korea, a country that has performed well with regards to broadband, and also share with you some of our initial learnings from Korea, a country that we visited recently. Again, the task here is to go out and understand some of the other economies who've approached the same challenge that we are facing and have invested in broadband plans. There are a lot of countries out there that have done so, and we recognize that they have implemented policies, they have implemented programs through which we can learn, understand, not only on what worked, but what did not necessarily work. So here's a great opportunity to try and leverage those learnings and use that as a means to drive input within our own program here in the United States. Again, the thought process here is we definitely do not want to reinvent the wheel, and so those learnings definitely can come in handy moving forward. We are looking at a fairly sizable list of countries, all of whom have invested in broadband plans, and we are leveraging multiple different ways of gathering data from these countries, published data, data from our workshop, which was very well attended, through which we got some great feedback, but also data from in-country visits. Most recently, we had an opportunity to visit with Japan, Korea, and Singapore, and meet with the regulatory authorities as well as service provider and academics within those environments, again, to try and capture those learnings. Some initial findings that we were able to extract: each one of these economies have understood the importance of broadband, and they believe that broadband adoption is directly linked to their national competitiveness. They also believe that broadband goes hand in hand in human resource development and drives innovation and ultimately helps the economy by creating jobs. Again, these are assumptions and feedback we get from these economies, and so not necessarily assumptions we're making ourselves. All these countries, like I mentioned, have broadband plans which have a lot of detail, provide the opportunity for learning. But clearly, while we review all of them in detail, we will be focusing on aspects of these plans that are most relevant to the United States. So, for example, in the case of Australia and Canada, both those economies have the same geographic challenges that we face. And so clearly, there will be areas, those will be areas that we focus our attention in as well. Another example is Singapore, a country that has invested a fair amount of time and effort into applications specifically around national purposes, so we're going to be looking at that. And during the next couple of slides, I'll share with you at least examples of broadband plan implementations in Korea, a country that over the last few years has moved up the rankings, if you may, from broadband availability as well as adoption, which lends itself to be an interesting example. Korea, again, in the mid-90s, recognized the importance of broadband, and that came from a recognition that they had to invest in their human resource development. That was the biggest resource they had, Korea being a country that does not have too many national resources to count on as part of their GDP. So they went about investing in a broadband plan, leveraging the same ecosystem that Blair touched upon in his opening remarks. They recognized the importance of deployment, making sure network was available across the geography. Also recognized the importance of adoption and programs to instill adoption, and I'll touch upon a specific program that has gotten them a fair amount of success. And lastly, recognize the importance of applications as well as applications that drove national purposes. So their 3 plans actually focused attention on those 3 areas specifically. So the first plan was, let's go out and deploy the network. Once that network is deployed, second plan focused on making sure that adoption and application development was effective. And now they're looking to raise the bar to increase service availability, bandwidth availability, and also drive additional converged applications, some of which Peter and Sean touched upon during the course of their presentation as well. An example of a specific adoption program, again, Korea connected the dots early on. They recognized the importance and the linkage in their mind between broadband usage as well as computer literacy. And they believed that if they were able to go out and push computer literacy to the demographics that may not have had an opportunity to gain access to literacy, they could then instill an understanding of the advantages of broadband and get people to use those advantages as a means to move themselves forward. So the program that they deployed in the 1999 timeframe was one where computer literacy was made available to a specific demographic within the economy, though it was made available and provided to a wider group as well. They also packaged with computer literacy the opportunity to provide ongoing technical support. So it wasn't that you were provided a class and you walk away from that. Classes were provided, ongoing technical support was provided, and then ultimately they packaged that with partnering with the private sector, packaged that with deeply discounted PCs that were provided from the private sector along with very, very low interest loans as a means to seed the market with devices that enabled or leveraged broadband as a means to use broadband more effectively. The results obviously showed up fairly quickly down the road. They were able to seed close to 10 million PCs as part of this program, train multiple people as a part of this program, and today both PC adoption, PC usage, as well as broadband adoption is fairly high in Korea, and they lead the ranking on a global basis. I'll pause here for a second and hand the presentation over to Narda, who's going to talk about some of the efforts that the International Bureau is making in gather data to support some of these efforts.
Thank you. Is it on? The FCC is under a separate congressional mandate to collect data on the usage and deployment of broadband internationally. The Broadband Data Improvement Act, also known by its nickname, the BDIA, requires the FCC to compare broadband service capability of 75 communities in at least 25 countries with a diverse set of U.S. cities. We're also required to report the findings in a now annual 706 report. The data we've collected is primarily geared towards meeting the requirements of the BDIA, but as you've seen, we're finding that this data has proven useful in the Commission's work towards developing a national broadband plan. As you can see from the slide, the information we've collected falls into about 4 categories. The pricing data that we've collected allows us to identify the availability of broadband services at different rates abroad and will therefore allow us to address the affordability question that is present in the BDIA. In addition to examining how the population and density factors affect broadband deployment and usage, the demographic data that we've collected examines characteristics such as income and education. We plan to publish our pricing and demographic data sets in the near term and seek public comment on them in a public notice process. And that's about it for the BDIA.
Great. Thank you, Narda. Appreciate that. I'll just move on to the last slide that gives a quick snapshot for some of our initial learnings from these studies. A couple of important learnings that have come about is first one, which is clearly any broadband plan to succeed would need a multi-year process that has coordination from a federal and a local perspective. Multi-year because As you've seen from our initial presentations, there's a complexity here that needs time and effort across the board. It's also very important, and we've seen this as part of our exercise as well, that there be benchmarks that along the way allow an opportunity to check and check progress and course correct if required as we go about implementing the plan. And finally, it's also extremely important that whatever policy changes may be contemplated, they be supported with the appropriate funding so that there is an opportunity for success.
On the basis of the few plans that you've looked at so far, I'm reminded when we testified a week or so ago, our friend Ed Markey said, I want you to think aspirationally as you develop a broadband plan at the FCC, aim highly. Are the plans that you are seeing so far where they've had success, things that when they were first formulated, you'd say, yeah, that seems kind of a doable sort of thing, and we'll develop the resources of that, or do they really kind of look out of the park and into the future and aim for what a lot of people at that time might have said, we can't do that?
Now, actually, that's a great point, and what we've picked up from my initial learnings is that the majority of the plans that we've looked at had very, very aggressive targets laid out for themselves, targets that may have looked hard to achieve at the time that they were set, but as time came closer and as the policies worked and the programs worked, those goals became closer at hand.
We probably don't have time for all my questions. I know you picked Korea in particular, so maybe we'll drill down on this, but at some other point. But for instance, how much did all this cost for Korea to do what they did? Private funds versus public funds. I think there was a private endeavor that then went bankrupt and was able to be recovered for pennies on the dollar, which of course helped, but that ultimately creditors, were left holding the bag there. Obviously, some differences between population density, urban versus rural, et cetera. So you don't have time, and I don't want to make us even later to go through all that, but I think those are important lessons to data points so we can learn from those.
No, absolutely, and we recognize Korea in this context today was just a snapshot. It's not a perfect comparison, and none of the broadband plans are. Some aspects of those plans work, some don't, some apply to us, some don't, and you correctly pointed those out, and clearly we take those into account as well as we go through the process.
And I'm having memory lapse. What was the name of the big company that went bankrupt?
It wasn't really a company that went bankrupt.
There was a bankruptcy.
There was a we'll look into that.
We'll look into that, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll both remember later.
Great, thank you all for your time, I do appreciate it.
And next, we're going to hear from John Leibovitz and Ruth Milkman of the Wireless Bureau.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hi, Ruth. Today we focus on the need for more spectrum. If you could bring up the slides, please. I want to emphasize, we're focusing on more spectrum in this analysis. I'll flip the slides. But we also are conducting a bunch of analyses, work streams on more ways to get more efficient use of the spectrum as well, and that's something that we're going to highlight in the future. But to frame today's discussion, it's about where we are in terms of the total quantity of spectrum. Our presentation incorporates learnings from a variety of sources, the record, but I want to highlight two sources. One was the workshop we held a few weeks ago here in the Commission room, where we had a bunch of very interesting panels, one of which was chaired by Commissioner Baker, and then also the field hearing in Austin, also chaired by Commissioner Baker. Thank you, Commissioner Baker, for being so involved. We're going to talk there's basically 5 messages in the presentation today. The first is that mobile broadband use really is exploding. Or not just mobile broadband, but wireless broadband use is exploding. We have bandwidth-hungry devices, applications, users, and it's going to create increasing pressure for more spectrum. The second is that in the record, the major players that you would talk to about these issues have all expressed a need for significantly more spectrum allocations for broadband. The third is that there's some models, in particular there's an ITU study that was done, which was referenced by AT&T in their in the workshop which was held a few weeks ago, which suggests a need for more than 1 gigahertz of spectrum in the future. We can discuss when that date would be. The fourth is that after decades of new allocations, the spectrum pipeline is drying up. And this is something we have to really think about in light of the fifth point, which is that it takes years to get new spectrum to market, so we have to think ahead of the game. Okay, so the next slide, I think everyone knows. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Suffice to say that spectrum is a key enabler of wireless and wireless broadband. As you have more broadband-intensive services, you have more demand for spectrum. I'll get into that in a minute. And then on the next slide, you'll see that it's just a representation of where we are today in terms of wireless usage. Yesterday was about voice. It was a higher-end product. Today it's a mass market product, 270 million subscribers. People are starting to use all kinds of different devices. We all know about the Android phones, the Palm Pre, the smartphones, the iPhone, Windows Mobile. And looking forward, we just see that trend accelerating. More users, extending not just to people, but to devices, machine-to-machine communications, and all kinds of different bandwidth-hungry devices, including a lot of video-oriented devices. You can imagine you buy a camcorder at Best Buy, and it's got wireless broadband built into it. Those things are all going to consume a lot of resources. To illustrate this, Cisco, which has an interesting perspective on this since they supply the switching gear to a lot of the industry participants, has a forecast. They suggest that by 2013 in North America, this is a North American forecast, we will go from 6 petabytes of wireless data per month to about 400 petabytes. A petabyte is, let me make sure I get this right, it's 1 billion megabytes. And so that's equivalent to 20,000 libraries of Congress every month when you get to 400 petabytes. It's a huge amount of data, and the CAGR, you'll see 129%. That's just an astronomical CAGR. It's something that is really coming at us fast. Another interesting data point, this is from another analyst. Smartphones are really taking off. This particular analyst expects that smartphone sales are going to overtake traditional voice wireless phone sales next year. We'll talk about this a little bit more, but when you look at the usage profiles of these different devices, it just means the complexion of data usage on these networks, these wireless networks, is really undergoing a sea change. Some more analysts, basically everything is growing. Depending on who you ask, different rates. They have different rates for different types of metrics, but more use in the future. So the next slide looks at our available stock of licensed mobile broadband spectrum. And I think the good news is that in the past several years, through commission actions, we've tripled the stock of licensed spectrum available for broadband. The main new pieces being, of course, the 700 megahertz auction, the AWS-1 auction, and the EBS-BRS rebanding, especially if you assume that you can use much of the EBS spectrum for broadband. So this is good news. We have over 500 megahertz of spectrum under this calculation. You can count it different ways. The bad news is that when you look at these devices and their usage profile, the amount of data that they consume is increasing at a very fast rate, and faster than the 3 times rate of the spectrum increase. So, this is again from the Cisco study. They estimate that a smartphone uses 30 times the data of a regular voice cell phone, and then a mobile PC laptop equipped with EVDO or broadband card would do an order of magnitude higher than that.
Do you have any data that shows how spectral efficiency, growth in spectral efficiency, Cooper's Law, whether you believe it or not, but if our spectral efficiency doubles every 2.5 years.
It's interesting. We had a slide on that, which we
had to take out for
time reasons.
Sorry, Blair.
Blair,
that was a brilliant idea, whoever it was. That slide.
I think we have the benefit of having some real experts on the team, both from the manufacturer side. One person on our team has over 60 patents in OFDM broadband technology. We've also got someone who spent several years with major carrier deploying networks in the field. So you get both perspectives of what's sort of possible versus what's practical in the field deployments. I think most people would say, we are going to get more spectral efficiency from 4G, OFDM, smart antennas will add some more, but there are limitations to that and also practical limitations as you get out into the field. Not all these technologies are suitable for all environments, and they won't really keep up with, even when you factor that in, it's unlikely they're going to keep up. That combined with the traffic growth is, they're not going to, it's not enough. It's not enough just that the technology will improve. You also have, by the way, potential to offload traffic in the home to Wi-Fi and other devices, but that assumes, of course, there's a wire line into the home, which, as we just discussed in some areas, is not the case. We're thinking about all those factors, and as we go forward, we're doing more analysis on trying to, factor in everything together to have a more sort of official estimate. But the short answer is, these iPhones, in our record, basically, hundreds of megabytes a month for a smartphone these days, low gigabytes a month for a PC that has an air card in it. That's just way off the charts compared to where we were with voice.
If I can add something, if the idea here is to have a 4G network competing directly or indirectly with the wire networks per the previous discussions we had,
Right.
then that gap between what spectral efficiency plus the spectrum can do versus what the demand will be is very large, right? If we want people getting some type of good quality video on their mobile devices or through wireless connections, it creates a very difficult situation unless there's material more spectrum allocated.
And just one more addition to that is that the new technologies use much wider channel bandwidths. You're going from 1.25 megahertz for an EVDO carrier up to 5, 10, maybe even 20 megahertz paired for LTE. And so that puts more pressure on finding contiguous spectrum, which requires, in turn, larger blocks of spectrum. Okay, so the next slide basically just summarizes some of the findings from the record, just to shorthand it, but hopefully not not shortcut it. Most of the major companies said, we could use a lot more spectrum. When we look at our usage now and project in the future, we could use a lot more. There's a lot of uncertainty. We have to account for that uncertainty. Several people said over 100 megahertz each, and you've got multiple competitors, facilities-based competitors in the market, obviously. So that's a lot of spectrum that's being demanded. And another point is AT&T's network. Of course, they've kind of been, the canary in the coal mine on this. They've seen their network usage increase 5,000% in the last 3 years, which is an incredible number. Looking forward, the ITU's done some traffic modeling. They had a pretty sophisticated study that they did. This was referenced by the AT&T network architect during the workshop. Basically depends on different types of scenarios and different types of markets, but you see need for as much as 1 gigahertz of spectrum or even more in the medium to long term. So when we think about this, it's useful to think about the time frame. We look back at some of our previous attempts to bring spectrum to market, and these short, as everyone knows, it takes a while. It takes, in the best case, 6 or 7 years to bring spectrum to market historically, and sometimes longer. So we really have to think not about what our needs are today, but what our needs are 5, 10, 15 years from now. And lastly, just to emphasize this point, when we look back over the past few decades, the FCC's done a great job of bringing more spectrum to market in a timely fashion. But when we look forward at what's immediately on the auction block, there's only 50 megahertz out there. So it means we're going to have to look harder, deeper. That's our next project looking forward as a team for the broadband initiative. But just leave you with that upbeat remark, and thank you for your time. And I'd like to call upon my esteemed colleague, Paul Dessau, Chief of the Office of Strategic Planning.
Thank you both.
I'll be extremely fast and press to go to the break. We just want to spend a couple of words about the implications of this transition on the SDN, the old legacy network. The first slide, I can click the slides. So this slide is just a quick schematic that shows the fundamental transition that we're talking about here this afternoon. It's a transition, as Blair mentioned, from a voice-oriented copper network, something quite relatively simple and deterministic, to a mostly fiber and wireless, fixed, mobile, broadband, multimedia, multi-device network. This is the fundamental transition that's going on, and much of the plan is about getting the transition right and getting the endpoint right. What I wanted to just make 3 very quick points about is that most of today's regulation is designed towards the bottom left. It's designed towards the old legacy network. And being explicit about what we want to do with that network has an influence on the universalization and the speed of being able to get to the new. So on the next slide are 3 main takeaways. The first is that this transition is not a managed transition, right? This is a transition that's being driven by competition, it's being driven by innovation, it's being driven by investment. The second is that the regulatory frameworks designed for the old, as part of the plan and thereafter, we have to actively reshape them to make sure that we're accelerating the pace and universality of the transition. There are in particular 3 points around that. The first is that resources that are today going towards propping up the bottom left old network need to be transferred to encourage the new network, as Carol talked about. Those are things like universal service, inter-carrier compensation. We do not want those legacy things being a drag on the transition that we're trying to encourage here. The second is that we need to decide which legacy policy goals are no longer necessary and which remain important. Those that remain important, we need to either transfer the goal and maybe modify the means, or maybe modify the goal also. And those will be things like emergency services, interconnection, carrier of last resort. The last thing is, as this transition is going on, this is not a flash cut, this is going to take some time, to the question before, we need to make sure that no American is left stranded in the old world, right? The quicker we can get everyone over to the new island, move everyone to universal broadband, the lower the costs we're going to incur on maintaining policies and the network itself on the legacy side. So these are 3 things that, in terms of the legacy, we have to think about as we're talking about the broadband plan and the new network that's emerging.
So what about those folks who haven't got off the old island yet and in a time of economic recession and maybe lost their voice service, or you have Indian country and other places that still don't have voice service? I guess what you're saying is the idea when we get to a broadband plan, then what we're going to bring to those areas is broadband rather than plain old voice service?
I think that's exactly right. I mean, let's leapfrog in those areas to bring people the services that we're going to in terms of the endpoint goal.
Paul, thank you. If there are no questions now, Blair?
I suggest we take a 15-minute break and come back at 3:30.
Let's make it 10.
Let's make it 10, 3:25.
Get back to work.
We'll see you at 3:25.
All right. Very good.
You got that?
In a few minutes from our National Purposes team, Kristen Kane will come up and lead us through a series of presentations by members of the staff who's working with her. First, we're going to hear from Brian David, and we'll hear from this team a presentation on the costs of digital exclusion and the opportunities for acceleration. But first, I would like to take a moment to congratulate Brian David, our team leader who we've heard from this morning, who, whoops are permitted in this context, who got married this past Saturday. Brian's wife is here to our great surprise and pleasure. Dara Kennedy, sitting in the corner. We welcome and congratulate you. I said earlier that people have been working around the clock, but I had no idea, Blair, that part of the plan was to have team members spend their honeymoon.
What could be more romantic than broadband?
Brian and Dara, congratulations to you. I had a chance, without violating the Sunshine Act, to review this with my colleagues on the commission, and we have unanimously decided to take an important step here today. This is Brian here. I will come. Can I ask you to step up here for an appropriate presentation? Dara, we won't force you to come up. Brian will explain this to you later. This certificate signed by all of the members of the FCC states, in honor of his marriage, this certifies that Brian David is awarded personal, non-exclusive, use of the white spaces of Channel 13 in Devil's Lake, North Dakota. I'm told that there are elements of that that I don't know about and shouldn't know about that, and I think that's good. But
The good news is that the rest of our honeymoon is actually in Dublin.
that might have been. Thank you. On behalf of everyone, we appreciate it very much. It's a testament to how hard the team is working and how much so many people have sacrificed to put together the kind of work that you'll see today and that you'll now see. So without further ado, let me first ask my colleagues if anyone has any comments or thoughts before we jump back in. Commissioner Clyburn?
Yes, well, since Brian and Dara like working honeymoons, I'd like to invite you to Charleston once again, the Low Country. This is an appropriate time for me to announce this because we're getting ready to tee up adoption. And that is what our meeting is going to discuss or cover. On Monday, we'll have a community roundtable from 3 to 5 next Monday, where we'll ask a lot of community leaders to tell us what's going on as it relates to broadband initiatives and adoptions and the challenges we face in the Low Country of South Carolina, in the town called Ravenel, if you can believe that. It's quite a few miles outside of Charleston. It's a community of about 3,000 folks. So some of the issues and challenges that we talk about today, we will reemphasize and get to know better right on the ground. On Tuesday, we'll come back into the city of my birth, the Holy City, and have a, see, that's why I'm like, but anyway, we'll talk about adoption again in a more traditional format, much like this, at Trident Technical College from 9 to 12. And from 2 to 4, we will head over to the Medical University of South Carolina, where we will talk about rural telehealth issues. And so if you happen to be in the neighborhood of the Low Country of South Carolina, come on by, and Brian and Dara, if I see you guys there, there's an issue, okay? Thank you now.
Great, I appreciate that. Commissioner, sorry. So let's get to work. I would note only that there are a number of additional hearings that are planned, additional workshops. I don't have the list with me, but they are all posted on the FCC website and on broadband.gov, and we'll continue to try to engage with the public as we move forward and deliver a national broadband strategy. So with that, Mr. David?
Thank you. I should also thank my bride for allowing me a brief intercession from the honeymoon to do this. I can promise by tomorrow at 8 a.m. I will be no longer reachable for several days. So lest anyone think I'm already a bad husband after 3 days.
Permission to go off the grid granted.
Thank you. Thank you. The team up here is going to talk about adoption, the cost of digital exclusion, and the opportunities we have for acceleration of the shrinking of the non-adoption gap. This slide really summarizes the crux of the challenge, the problem that our team faces and the task force as a whole faces. 4 surveys, 4 methodologies, 1 answer. Roughly 2/3 of the U.S. population has adopted broadband at home. This in a country where 95-ish% have access to broadband passing their home. And this with the technology and an infrastructure which I think we can agree is the most important enabling infrastructure, at least in decades, in this country. That 1/3 gap, which we'll discuss, is the single biggest issue this team has to face. In addressing it, we're going to focus on 3 things. Why does that 33% number exist? So what? Does it matter? And what are we going to do about it when we get to the end of the task force and on an ongoing basis? So that's what we're going to discuss over the next 15 minutes or so. There are 2 main obstacles, and this portrays the same data in a different way. 63% have access, 4% in this case do not have access to broadband, and 33% have access and have not chosen to adopt it. There are two main problems in answering the why and the what to do problems that I referred to. The first is that there is limited data on the barriers facing non-adopters of broadband. And there's limited data on why they don't choose to adopt. There have been some surveys, most of which, and the most high quality of which, have been done by the person at the other end of this table, John Horrigan, in his previous existence. But what we're going to do in the next 141 days and set up a process on an ongoing basis is build a better infrastructure, collect the research through a survey that John will talk about, and several other modes of research, and make the FCC an expert agency in understanding why this number still persists.
Can I ask you to just tackle two things in this? Maybe
Yeah,
we're going to
sure.
get to them, but one is, with respect to consumers, give us a feel for trends. If you looked at this number last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago,
Yep.
the percentage who didn't have access would be lower. So the trend is moving up.
Sure.
Where does it go if left alone?
Yep.
Where should the commission, the country, really be focusing its attention? And then also, if you could address small businesses, what we know
Sure.
about them, if
Sure.
anything, at this point, and what work we're doing to get a feel for small business.
Sure, absolutely. So I'll take the first question. We do know, and it is the third point on this slide, we do know that this number will shrink, the 33% number will shrink over time. What we don't know is what does over time mean, and to what level will it shrink? If we're comfortable that it's going to get to the level of, the POTS infrastructure or electricity, 95, 97% in the next few years, then maybe we do not have an adoption problem that requires any concerted policy effort or strategic imperative. I think the general body of knowledge that we have to date says that while it is shrinking, it has shrunk, even in the last 2 or 3 years, as John will talk about, it's unlikely without something in the way of a national policy or orientation towards shrinking that number to get too much beyond an 80-85% number, and that probably is going to take 10 years, could be 5, could be 15. And if we're comfortable that we want to be at that point at a number that Korea and several other countries are at today, then again, we don't have a policy decision to make. But if we think that, and we'll talk about the cost of digital exclusion, that the size of that number costs us as a country and each of those individuals on an individual basis something, then we need to think about how to shrink that number in a proactive way. By the way, it's important to note, that is not and we will talk about it, it's not the government fixing it. There's heavy private sector involvement. There's heavy nonprofit involvement. There are state and local government issues and efforts underway on this topic. But the federal government and the FCC has been given a mandate to look at this topic and to set out some guideposts for the country. And we do have some levers within the FCC control that you all in the February timeframe will begin to have to make decisions about. On the small business topic, we have an entire different work stream on small business. This largely is this part of the research that John's going to talk about in a minute is largely consumer focused, but we are not forgetting the small business, even the medium-sized business. The problems that they face tend to be different than the consumer. They tend to be more around utilization than they do around choosing to adopt or not to adopt. Generally, if you started a business and you have access to broadband, and your business requires it, you'll probably will have chosen to do it. But we are going down the path of doing that work. We have not, as of now, coalesced that into a point of view or a set of thoughts.
And if I could just very quickly, on the small business point, it's actually quite complicated because a lot of small businesses are located in different kinds of areas, and cable, which provides a lot of the competitive infrastructure in the sense that a lot of Americans enjoy the benefit of having either a cable provider or DSL provider. Cable has just started. They were built originally as a consumer network. they have, I might note that in my very first weeks working on Wall Street in 2001, I remember very distinctly going to Comcast and listening to them talk about how they were going to build that network out to small businesses. And I would note that very recently they have said exactly the same thing, right? In other words, they did not do it over the last few years. The economics are changing, and there's a lot of reason where we might be more optimistic about bringing that competitive infrastructure to small businesses of America, but there's a level of uncertainty. And this again goes back to that question of what bucket of applications do we really think the businesses in America, or particularly the small businesses, need. I think John had a point on that.
And John, there's an area where I assume these overlap too. Many small businesses are started in the home.
Yes, that's absolutely right.
That's correct.
And I'll be talking about a consumer survey we're going to do, but we are required and we will do a survey of businesses on their broadband environment, what challenges they may face. So we will have, and this is pursuant to the Broadband Data Improvement Act, a national survey on business use of broadband and the challenges that they face. And that survey is in the design stage, which means if commissioners have input on the content for that survey, we're certainly welcome to hearing that input.
Great.
But to talk about consumers, as Brian laid out, about 2/3 of Americans have broadband at home, but broadband access is definitely distributed unevenly across different demographic groups. As you look at this slide, you can see, one, that education and income are the strongest predictors of whether you have broadband access or not. And if you are in the least educated tier of Americans or the lowest income tier of Americans, you're about half as likely to have broadband at home as the national average. Moving along to geography, you see a gap in broadband adoption between rural and non-rural America. Availability of infrastructure, no doubt, has a lot to do with that. It's worth noting that when you do analysis of intensity of broadband use at the consumer level, rural broadband users are every bit as intensive in their use of broadband as non-rural users. They're simply lower access rates due in large measure to the infrastructure availability issues. The next column focuses on age. And you can see that there's actually some good news and bad news in the last column on senior citizens and their access to broadband. Yes, they're the lowest group across any age group in broadband access, about half the national average. At the same time, however, their growth rate of broadband adoption in recent years has been going up quite rapidly. The final column focuses on race, ethnicity, and two big points there. One is you can see that African Americans and Hispanics lag the national average. For African Americans, the growth rate in broadband adoption over the past 2 years has actually been rather slow. So wireline broadband access for African Americans is sort of plateauing, at least if you look at the data over the past couple of years. Juxtaposed next to that, however, and it's not in the slides, is the fact that African Americans are the group that is most actively engaged with mobile handheld internet access. So the handheld device has, for reasons we hope to understand further as we go through the plan, really grabbed the attention of African Americans. So that's a platform issue we plan to explore further. Hispanics, you can see also a lag in adoption relative to the rest of the country. At the same time, the story with mobile for Hispanics is largely tracks that of African Americans. So we do see this very different distribution, or very uneven distribution of broadband adoption at home. And it goes to the what for, which has to do with this notion of the cost of digital exclusion being large and growing. And let me just call out two examples from this slide. We heard a little bit earlier from Blair about the employment story. 10 years ago, if you were going to look for a job, you probably looked for at ads in a trade publication and activated your social networks by the phone, maybe by email, but 10 years ago, less than half of Americans had email access. Today, having access to the internet is basically a requirement for applying for many jobs. Over 3/4 of Fortune 500 companies only take applications online. So you see in this case the really disappearance of offline alternatives, making online extremely important for the job search. Let me talk a second about healthcare on this slide. 61% of adults have searched for health information online. That's more than twice the rate than was the case 9 years ago. And for healthcare, it's not so much that offline alternatives for information have gone away. It's that there's been this explosion in online alternatives for getting healthcare information, for participating with others in discussions about various conditions. So the explosion of online alternatives has actually increased the cost of exclusion because the center of gravity for how people interact with their doctors has shifted as people have so much more online information to bring to interaction with their healthcare providers. So in all of these 5 examples, the cost of not being connected to the internet is clearly high in today's broadband connected world. So we need to understand the phenomenon of non-adoption better than we currently do. This slide presents some research that's suggestive on this point from the Pew Internet Project, and it outlines some of the reasons people cite for not having broadband at home. Relevance is far and away the largest factor for the roughly third of Americans who don't have broadband. These are people who say, it's not for me. They may not understand what online content that is out there that may be useful and helpful to them. Working up the slide, 13% of non-adopters cite usability. These are people who just may have a difficult time using a computer or interfacing with the internet. These could be people with disabilities who struggle with the online interface. Price is a factor for a significant chunk of non-adopters. These could be people who can't afford the monthly bill for broadband or can't afford to buy a computer. Finally, availability is an issue for 17% of non-adopters. When you translate that into the overall population, that comes to about 4% of Americans who say in a survey that they can't get broadband in their neighborhood. And it's important to underscore that this is self-reported in a survey. It's a little bit of a different exercise than what Steve and Rob were talking about earlier about really figuring out physically where infrastructure is or isn't. So, although the Pew research is quite suggestive and worthwhile, we want to do more, and we plan to do more.
It's included in the record.
Yes. As Bill Clinton used to say, we can do better. We are going to field a national survey that will focus both on broadband adopters and non-adopters, but analytically, and for the purposes of the next couple of slides, we're going to spend a great deal of time on the non-adopter issue. So we're going to build the survey around 3 themes of questioning. One is, how are people's attitudes about broadband and modern information technology shaping their adoption decision? Are they worried about online content being inappropriate? Do they have difficulty getting gadgets and broadband to work? Do they have concerns about the privacy of their personal information? Next comes the issue of affordability. Can they or can they not afford it? And finally, we're going to have a series of questions about their personal context. Do they come into contact with opportunities to use broadband as they interface with government services? Do they have proxy users, people in the house or in their neighborhood who might carry out information searches for them? By getting a sense of people's personal context, it'll help us understand how reachable they may be with interventions to get them to broadband. From this, we're going to build segments of non-adopters. This segmentation exercise will help us understand the size of various non-adopter groups. And I should say the segmentation exercise is driven by the hypothesis that just as adoption of broadband is unevenly distributed, so is non-adoption of broadband unevenly distributed across the population of non-adopters. So we're going to try to understand the nature of the barriers and the size of these different groups of non-adopters as they face specific barriers. This in turn will help us tailor solutions to address specific barriers to adoption. The survey of consumers is going to be fielded in mid-October, so there still is time for commissioners to provide input on the content of that survey. data delivered, I hope, in November sometime, so we can undertake the analysis. And as Carlos said during his opening remarks, this is the first time in the United States that this kind of segmentation analysis has been done on non-adopters. So it's an exciting agenda. I want to turn it over to Jessica Strott, who will talk a little bit more about the segmentation strategy that we plan to undertake.
I'm wondering, in terms of, you said that it will be fielded by mid-October, delivered to the agency by November, and when will we be able to see it as the commissioners?
In terms of the questions that are input into the survey, anytime within the next 2 weeks would be an opportunity to provide that input, yes.
Okay, and also, I'm wondering, because I don't know if this was tackled in the Pew surveys, in terms of non-English speaking persons, is that being addressed, or how are we going about it?
The survey will provide a Spanish language option so that Latinos can take the survey in Spanish if need be. I can look into what we can do for other language issues that might be faced, but we're definitely going to interview in Spanish.
Thank you.
Thank you, John, and thank you, commissioners. In order to better understand the value of the segmentation that John was just describing, we've developed a hypothesis on what these non-adopter segments might be based on the current data. So what we've done is created a framework that crosses proximity, which you'll see along the top, and perception, which you'll see down the left-hand side. This framework incorporates the elements of attitude, affordability, and personal context that were just discussed. Proximity is really a continuum that describes the non-adopter's digital support system, and that includes items like awareness of and access to training and support programs, having tech-savvy friends or family, and having access to devices that work for the individual. Perception is also a continuum, and this describes the non-adopter's belief that broadband is relevant to them. This includes their knowledge of what content is available, a feeling that the content is interesting and valuable, and the fact that the content is actually culturally relevant to them. Within the framework, we think that 6 potential non-adopter segments could fall out, and you can see all 6 laid out on this page. But what I want to do is take a moment to describe 2 of these segments for illustration and comparison purposes. On the top left-hand side, you'll see the inclined but skill-challenged segment. This segment can be described as individuals who have a generally positive attitude towards technology and believe that broadband could help in their day-to-day lives. But these individuals have a low proximity due to their lack of training, skills, or digital support network. Demographically, we hypothesize that the individuals in this segment could be urban, minority, potentially low income. And the key barrier to adoption for this group really is the skill set or lack of digital literacy. Compare this now for a minute to the right-hand side segment, the resource constrained. This is a segment that can be described as being interested in being online and having the support system to fill any potential skill gaps that may exist. So, given that this segment has both high proximity and high perception, we hypothesize that the adoption barrier for individuals in this segment is primarily income, and that's what prevents them from getting access to both the connections and the hardware they need to be online. It's important to note that while no segment is dominated by a single demographic, all demographic groups would be covered by the complete set of non-adopter segments. And the last point I want to make on this is that we will be able to refine and size these segments as we learn more from the upcoming survey data that John was speaking to a moment ago. We want to bring to life 2 of the people who were non-adopters in what I just described to you as the inclined but skill-challenged segment. Next, you'll see a short video clip of 2 women in Boston whose children attend the Lilla G. Frederick Pilot Middle School. Again, the primary adoption barrier for these women is the skill set or digital literacy issue. And through a program called Tech Goes Home, both women were able to overcome this barrier through an in-school training program. The video highlights one segment's barriers to adoption, a program targeted to that barrier, and finally, the impact that becoming a broadband adopter can have. When the video concludes, Elise Cohn will further describe the adoption program efforts.
turn to the Mayor's Office and the award-winning Technology Goes Home at School initiative, an innovative technology program that provides networks and internet.
And we have some of those technology barriers. We'll give the mics just 1 minute to catch up.
Connection and training to help families live, learn, earn, work, and play online and in their community.
Tech Goes Home is a program where teachers are trainers of technology programs, and we teach parents how to use technology, from opening the box to setting it up. To
Jessica, I wonder if we should just, yeah.
Overview of this program. We will make sure that we have the
This illustrates the point made earlier that there are a number of different features of broadband, including the download speed as well as jitteriness, latency, and sound control. I would definitely say we're access constrained. Skill challenge.
Why don't we let this reset for a minute and, well, let's give it.
Why don't we
Elise proceed and then,
Yeah.
okay. That sounds great.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My opening, which was going to leverage the video, I will skip, but Jessica spoke to the importance of programmatic effort, and what we hope to show you is kind of the promise that adoption holds for specific individuals. In addition to understanding more about non-adopters themselves, our team is trying to understand best practices from existing efforts to increase adoption through programs like Tech Goes Home, which was one in the video, or One Economy, which Blair mentioned earlier. We're conducting research in a variety of ways, but none has been more valuable so far than our workshops and the ability to talk to experts that are actually out there running these programs every day. We've held 3 workshops with 21 participants focused specifically on adoption and addressed 3 major themes. First, we wanted to understand what data...
Class, I'll be perfect.
There we go. No, just a minute.
We're gonna.
If we can go back to the slides.
Can we just bring the slides up? In the workshops, as I was saying, first we wanted to understand what data is currently available about adoption and utilization. We also wanted to examine the role that applications are playing in driving adoption. And finally, we wanted to focus on existing programs and how they define success and the challenges that these programs face. The focus on adoption didn't actually stop with our adoption workshops. The theme continued to come up throughout a majority of the workshops, including state and local government, healthcare, disabilities, and job training, just to name a few. We learned a great deal from the workshops and all of our research, both before and after. And there's 3 main takeaways, which I'll be addressing in greater detail throughout the rest of this presentation.
This is very important, and you've all worked very hard to put this together. Let's take a 2-minute break.
We're just trying to
And see if we can get this back at the way it was planned, because I know
how
hard you've all worked to
Great.
put this together. So we'll just break for 2 minutes, and let's get it fixed, and we'll come back. It's going to at least take us...
I think we are not going to be able to show the video right now, but if we can bring the slides up. What I wanted to highlight is...
Okay, well, let's find a way to make the video available to people. And
Yep.
Great.
What I wanted to highlight was 3 of the key takeaways from our workshops and other research before and after to date. The first is that the current programs are diffuse and fragmented, and this is primarily a result of, or a consequence of, my second point, which is that broadband means very different things to different people. I think you've heard that a lot today. And the third point is that successful programs do share certain key elements, such as focusing on the household rather than just anchor institutions. There are a number of programs that encourage adoption in one way or another, and we've identified 5 basic categories which capture most, if not all, of the existing efforts being done by the private sector, nonprofits, and state and local governments. The first is that there are programs that include low or no cost hardware, service, and/or training. And these efforts can help overcome some of the price barriers which you heard John and Jessica speak about. One thing that is important to note is that sometimes the concept of cost or price is not just about dollars, but can also be about the perceived cost of entering into long-term contracts or the inability to clear a credit check. Next, there are solutions that provide access to computers and broadband applications outside of the home, and public computing centers, libraries, and other access points can play an important role in actually overcoming the relevance barrier, which John spoke about, because they allow a place to teach non-adopters about the benefits of adoption, which, if there are no other barriers, can eventually lead to adoption at the home. Next, there are programs that focus on digital literacy skills, which we're considering implementing across the FCC based on today. And these help non-adopters understand why broadband is relevant and overcome concerns varying from online safety and spam and fraud, and help them understand how to use the content available online. There are also content-based solutions, which involve developing new content that attracts individuals who either don't already see the relevance of existing content or can't actually use some of it. So applications or sites incorporating bilingual content, or eGov applications that encourage non-adopters to go online to apply for government benefits, are two examples of content-based approaches. And finally, there are efforts aimed at developing adaptive technology. These efforts are very important to help address the usability barrier, and particularly so for individuals with disabilities, but they may also encourage adoption by older Americans or others who are not comfortable with current user interfaces. And one of our goals as we examine these efforts is to determine which are most effective. However, I want to point out that benchmarking these programs over time and comparing them to each other is difficult for many reasons, one of which is that several of these programs have relatively short operating histories, and even those that are well established face challenges in conducting the longitudinal studies necessary to truly evaluate effectiveness. And it's incumbent upon us to make sure that when we look at data, we're looking at the high quality data that actually supports that these programs are or are not effective. And more importantly, in terms of the limitations with respect to data, is that these adoption efforts must cater to highly specific barriers, which we've talked about, existing within their target communities, and so it's not actually easy to compare programs on an apples-to-apples basis. That said, despite the difficulty in benchmarking programs, the record is clear that successful programs do share certain key elements. One of our speakers during our workshop on programmatic efforts summarized what all of our panelists that day and a lot of our own research before and after has shown, and that is that successful programs must be, first, comprehensive. So hardware without a connection is absolutely meaningless, and hardware and a connection without training is actually like giving someone a car but not teaching them how to drive. Next, as I've said, programs must focus on the household and not just anchor institutions. The third point is that community-based services and institutions like churches, schools, or senior centers should be used to reach target populations. It's because of the unique meaning and the fact that broadband is valuable to different people for different reasons that working with these community institutions is essential to conveying the relevance of broadband to non-adopters. The fourth point, which builds off of something you heard during the international presentation, is that these programs must be intense efforts. Learning to take advantage of a new technology is not something that's easy, and so programs must include an appropriate level of follow-on support. And finally, the human element is essential here. The opportunity that broadband presents is not just about technology, it is about community and helping individuals understand the social relevance of broadband and working with them in a socially comfortable setting are essential to program outcomes. There are a number of examples on the slide. I just want to walk through one quickly to demonstrate how these principles can be incorporated into a community program. Digital Impact Group, or DIG, is a Philadelphia area nonprofit organization that allows participants to earn what they call a tech pack. And a tech pack includes a new laptop, home broadband access, a customized training, targeted content, and ongoing local support. So, for example, DIG may work with a local high school that serves vulnerable students and allow these students to earn a tech pack by achieving certain grade point averages or attendance benchmarks. And so here you've got an example of the program leveraging the school as the community institution, providing the students with comprehensive services, allowing them the home access, and offering them intense in-person training. Early interim evaluation of results from a pilot program that DIG did, which began in 2008, suggests that this program is serving the needs of its participants. So, of the participants who responded to survey questions about their motivations for taking part in the pilot, 68.1% who wanted to learn how to research educational opportunities continued to use these materials for that purpose. Once the training ended, they continued to use it for at least once a week after the training ended. This is also true for 68.1% who wanted to learn how to find and apply for jobs online, and 68.8% of the participants who wanted to learn how to help their kids or other family members with homework. So while these results are preliminary, they're indicative of some of the types of outcomes that we will look for as we examine programs. And with that, I will turn it back to Brian David to discuss how everything you've heard from the three of us ties together.
Just ask it, as you design that first member in the U.S. non-adopter study, have we gleaned from any of our international contacts that anybody else has done non-adopter studies, and not that the results would necessarily be similar, but just from the standpoint of developing the methodology and seeing what kind of questions were asked and things like that?
I'm aware of one study along those lines that Ofcom did, the British regulator, on non-adopters, and we will and have been looking at that study for wisdom and input into our questioning. The findings track in some ways the Pew Research in terms of what are the barriers to non-adoption among non-adopters. 42% in the Ofcom study of non-adopters are described as self-excluded, which is kind of not understanding the relevance of broadband. 30% have financial or resource constraints that keep them from adopting broadband, and then 20% of non-adopters in UK intend to get broadband within the next 6 months. So we do have those kinds of international lessons to look at for the segmentation study.
Okay, so this very complicated but very colorful slide. We'll wrap our section, and in an important sense, this is a map of where we're headed over the next 141 days. It brings together the research and segmentation that John and Jessica talked about with the programmatic review that Elise has discussed, and in bringing all this work together, ultimately it'll allow the Commission and the rest of the community who cares about this issue to evaluate different policy options to proactively address the adoption gap. So let me just briefly explain. If you take the same segment that Jessica talked about, inclined but skill challenged, we can hypothesize about the type of programs that would affect and influence those people toward adoption: digital literacy, support mechanisms to make it easier to obtain hardware or service or training. But until we finish the research, quite frankly, we don't know how big that segment is. We don't know whether those programs will really work, and we don't know how much those programs will cost to make them work. And so that's the work that we have ahead of us. And the color coding is meant to talk about the different types of programs that you might overlay on the segments, as we've discussed. We'll do that research. We'll bring that work together. We'll come back with recommendations and have a discussion with you all about the policy options going forward, not only for the FCC, but the rest of the federal government, the private sector, and the nonprofit community, all of whom have an important role in this topic. So thank you for the access to the channel. I'd like to thank my team for filling in my absence over the last few days and bringing this home, and we look forward to continuing to work with you on this.
Good, thank you very much. Excellent work. And we'll hear next, if there are no questions, I think we move to...
Great, yep. Kristen Kane and her team are going to come up and talk about various national purposes. Kristen, I think, will begin with an introduction.
Great, thanks. And while the team is coming up, an administrative note, we will try to finish the presentation today. That will take us beyond the 5 o'clock time that we set. And I discussed it with each of my colleagues, and everyone's hoping that we can do that today. It's not the end of the discussion. It's the beginning of the middle of the discussion. But for planning purposes, Blair, what can we tell people about how much our new target for... Okay.
And I think everyone on the National Purposes team we'll execute a, kind of like in football, the 2-minute drill, not quite 2 minutes, a little bit more than 2 minutes, but they all have a way of, what I'll ask is that they do cut it a little bit, but we do want to give you guys the opportunity to ask questions, because there's, I think, tremendous opportunities in this, so.
Good,
with
and we
that.
don't want to compromise that. I would say to my colleagues that if, we'll try to go straight through, but if any of you would like to take a few-minute break between now and the end, just let me know, and we'll take a few minutes and reconvene. Kristen?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm here to shepherd us through the final segment of the afternoon. As you know, let me give you just a brief amount of context here in our time. As you know, the statute calling for the broadband plan requested also a plan for the use of broadband infrastructure and applications and services advancing a number of national purposes. We have essentially organized the work into the following 6 verticals: healthcare, energy and the environment, education, government operations and civic engagement, economic opportunity, and public safety. You'll be hearing about each of those briefly this afternoon, as well as 3 additional cross-vertical areas that really span all of the verticals and indeed much of the entire plan itself. And they include innovation and investment, inclusiveness, and consumer welfare. Before introducing you to those of the team who are leading each of these areas, I want to give you a little bit of additional context in terms of how we are approaching the work. We've begun our inquiry with an assumption that the chairman has mentioned a number of times, that essentially broadband is not the solution to all of the nation's greatest challenges, but it certainly can be an important part of the solution. And so that is the bias with which we are beginning our work in these areas. And essentially we are asking in each area 2 fundamental questions. The first is, what are the major priorities requiring broadband connectivity? And then what are the gaps in connectivity, if any, that need to be addressed? And secondly, what are compelling applications and emerging technologies and use cases that could be enabled by broadband going forward? So essentially, we're not just looking at connectivity for the sake of connectivity, but as others have mentioned throughout the day, understanding that it is necessary but not sufficient, we are exploring different applications, training that will be necessary to make that connectivity actually valuable in each of these areas. And secondly, we're looking for opportunities for innovation, and specifically what role the government might play in stimulating that kind of innovation in each area. So fundamentally, just hearkening back to Blair's introductory remarks earlier today, this work is about unlocking a lot of value in very important areas to the country and enhancing the ecosystem. And what we will do in the course of our work is come back to you with a series of recommendations around different opportunities for broadband to play a very critical role, give you an investment strategy and a proposed plan of action for each. And with that, I will turn it over to our team of folks who we've assembled with a great deal of expertise in each area, from inside and outside the FCC.
One quick question.
Yes.
I know you're trying to
Move
keep this
quickly.
moving. I think this is called the House slide on
Yes.
page 95, the national purposes slide. What you've done here, as I understand it, is is this right? You've taken the long list of items that are in the law, in the Broadband Act, under the National Purposes section, and it's 20 different items, and you've worked to categorize them in ways that are logical, both vertically and horizontally, to organize the work to tackle this kind of massive challenge in a doable way.
That's precisely what we've done. So on slide 94, you'll see a list of the language actually from the statute, referencing all of the national purposes in the law. And then slide 95 is the way in which we've taken that list and organized it into 6 different verticals. And then the very bottom of this House slide, you'll see 3 different areas that cross all of the verticals: innovation and investment, inclusiveness, and consumer welfare. And indeed, they go beyond just national purposes, but the rest of the plan as well. Okay? So with that, let me introduce to you Dr. Mohit Kaushal, who brings to the FCC a great deal of clinical and investment expertise in healthcare, and he is joined by Jennifer McKee, who you all know is the acting division chief within our Wireline Bureau.
Thank you, Kristen. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. So I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes just outlining the structure of our work. And that firstly includes the healthcare IT applications that connectivity can empower and the value of them. Secondly, I'll be talking about the connectivity requirements of the different healthcare providers within the ecosystem. And finally, the key issues and areas of focus for the healthcare team here. In addition, Jennifer will spend some time on the existing FCC programs related to healthcare. Okay. So our primary objective, looking at this slide, is to really enable all the innovation that is currently occurring within the healthcare ecosystem. The ultimate aim for much of this innovation is healthier people and more efficient delivery of care. With those being the commendable goals, healthcare IT applications are really the pillars to achieving them. And we have some examples here: electronic health records, telemedicine, mobile monitoring, and healthcare information exchanges are just some of the tools to get us there. So just some anecdotes. So a long time ago, without giving away my age, I was an ER resident. And there was a couple of frustrations for me at that time. The ones I remember include the unconscious patient with no medical notes. So we didn't know their current healthcare problems or the medications they were on. They were very difficult patients to manage. And also, so many presentations to ER are patients who have chronic diseases, who don't come to the department until days after things started to go wrong for them. Again, this inevitably meant their individual outcomes were worse and also at a greater cost to the system. And it's exactly these paradigms that healthcare IT can fundamentally change for the better. And underpinning all these applications is the connectivity backbone that is essential to empower them. Only with a coupling of connectivity and some of these applications that we're going to outline today can we make healthcare delivery more efficient as well as improving patient outcomes. And this is really the true potential of digital healthcare. So, a big slide, but I'm just essentially going to say there's a real spectrum of connectivity for healthcare applications, and increased usage will only demand greater connectivity in the future. So on one side, the basic requirements are those of just simple email, but the other extreme include live video streaming and real-time movements of diagnostic imaging. So I'm now going to spend some time talking about the clinical and economic value proposition of some of the applications. At our healthcare workshop earlier this month, we learned about the great improvement in outcomes that the VA had achieved by implementing telemedicine. The telehealth pilot program focused on the better management of patients with chronic diseases such as heart failure and diabetes. They essentially followed 17,000 patients over a 4-year period and showed a 19% decrease in hospitalizations and a 25% decrease in bed days for those patients who were hospitalized. So the 19% decrease in hospitalizations itself translates into about $2.2 billion of savings, according to the VA. They also did a follow-up study specific for their diabetes population, which showed a 27% decline in 4-year diabetes mortality rate. So as a reminder, there are about 24 million people in the US with diabetes, and it's the 7th leading cause of death here. And anyone in the medical community will say that these statistics are very, very compelling. So I'm now going to try to give a quick demonstration as well. This is of the Health Buddy system that the VA was actually using to get these outcomes. So essentially, the patients have this device at home. There's an internal modem in there, which then syncs up to their local provider and sends all the data back and forth. It allows daily monitoring of chronic diseases. So let's try, and I hope this works. So the system greets the patient, and then it actually links up to other peripherals. So in this case, it's another blood glucose monitor, which then links via infrared to that central hub. That information is gathered, and as I said, it's sent back to the main provider. In this case, the reading is actually higher than normal. So it does provoke the patient to call their healthcare provider. In addition, it also asks very pointed questions to assess the current healthcare status of the patient on that day. So again, the mantra of managing these patients is about the early picking up of complications, and this is what exactly connectivity and tools can empower together. Right, so back to the presentation, and this next slide highlights a more counterintuitive finding, that is, high-quality broadband can actually make it cheaper and easier for physicians to implement electronic health records. This is a great example of where improved connectivity can directly empower a superior solution. So, by allowing physicians to purchase hosted or cloud-based solutions that do require improved connectivity, more favorable results can be achieved. This example comes from the analysis performed in New York City, which shows that physicians would pay less for a monthly service-type electronic health record solution that they access over the web than they would by going out and buying all the hardware themselves and hosting the software on their premises. And what's even more important than cost is that there's some real potential advantages of web-based solutions, such as faster updates and even more secure data storage. I now want to briefly outline some other examples that have been shown to
Can I
positively...
just ask one question on the previous one?
Yep.
You're impressively outlining the benefits
Yep.
of broadband, high-speed internet for healthcare and results. Where is the country on connecting clinics, hospitals, doctors, patients, the different elements of the ecosystem that are required to be able to realize these benefits?
So we're right at the beginning of our real intense data analysis component. What I have so far is some really interesting anecdotal data. So let me talk about that. So one site actually said that physicians were leaving their practice because connectivity was so slow that it prevented electronic health records actually working in real time. Another practice said they couldn't use the EHRs real time, and physicians had to spend a couple of hours at the end of each day to type up the info, but then you lose a lot of the value of these systems. So if our intense data gathering proves that hypothesis correct, which we have other data that seems to think that is the case, by improving connectivity, it should really help adoption and usage of electronic health records. So back to this slide, and I also wanted to briefly outline some other examples that have been shown to positively affect clinical outcomes and costs with respect to tools and connectivity. So the first one is that of e-prescribing, and that's essentially getting rid of handwritten prescriptions and having everything electronic. This has been really shown to decrease adverse drug interactions. The first example is about the seminal Brigham study that showed a 55% decrease in medical errors, which brought about a net saving of $5 to $10 million for them. At a national level, this sort of results into approximately $1 billion of savings annually. I'm just going to jump to the last example given time constraints. So I also wanted to outline some of the cutting edge work being done that hasn't really been fully validated in terms of data yet. And that's mobile connectivity. It's a real big area of focus right now as we try to shift from periodic monitoring of patients within hospitals to continuous monitoring at home for chronic diseases. So heart failure is another condition which really lends itself well to this concept. Essentially, this chronic disease results in the inability of heart to pump blood around the body, so fluid accumulates in the lungs. And again, as an ER physician, I saw a couple of these patients every day, and all of them had to be hospitalized. It was very frustrating, as I always hoped there'd be a method to early detect their issues so we could intervene earlier, improve their outcomes, as well as reducing costs. And that's exactly what's happening now. Disposable monitoring patches that can be put onto patients that continually monitor their cardiovascular parameters non-invasively, which are then connected to a wireless network, can be used to pick up these parameters before patients become symptomatic. So we can, as I said, intervene earlier, reduce hospitalizations, improve their outcomes, and reduce costs. One study puts the potential savings to be in the magnitude of about $5 to $7 billion just for cardiac failure patients and preventing hospitalizations. So collectively, I hope some of these examples have demonstrated that these applications can potentially transform healthcare delivery. But importantly, all these tools need connectivity to work effectively. So I think this slide really sums up the major focus of our work right now, which is really to define the current state of the wide range of stakeholders within the healthcare ecosystem. The aim is to define the bandwidth requirements for all these groups, their current level of connectivity, and finally to highlight the gaps so investment priorities and policy levers can be defined. It is also important to note that the applications differ for all these various players, so their bandwidth requirements will also be very different. So in summary, the current areas of focus are really on, firstly, understanding the value of connectivity to healthcare, understanding the current connectivity gaps across the healthcare spectrum, and only then can we recommend appropriate interventions. And importantly, our analysis is building upon the foundation of previous work the FCC has done within healthcare. I'm now going to pass it on to Jennifer, who will go into further detail.
Thanks, Mark. There's just one final slide, and I'll go quickly, about the rural health care program. Currently, the Commission is involved in providing universal service for rural health care. Congress mandated that universal service funds should be used to support health care providers in rural areas to have access to telecommunications and advanced services. The existing rural health care support mechanism provided support for rural health care providers, and it was just discounts on their rates for service, for internet access and telecommunication service. There was no support provided for infrastructure facilities. The fund has a $400 million annual cap, which historically has never been met. Instead, it's been every year closer to about $40 million have gone out under the existing program. So to try to address this, in 2006, the Commission started a pilot program that would increase the deployment of broadband facilities that are necessary for providing telehealth and telemedicine applications in the areas of the country that need access to these services the most. So the pilot program funds infrastructure costs, up to 85% of costs, and we currently have 62 participants participating in the pilot program. At the current time, 16 projects. The slide you have, actually we have one more funding commitment that went out since we drafted the slide. So we're now up to 16 funding commitments that have gone out for about $22 million. And the commission had said when it adopted the program, it was going to look at the program when it was done in June 30th, 2010, to see about ways to make permanent changes to the existing rural health care mechanism to support these kind of things in the future.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, next up is Nick Sinai, who's directing our efforts in energy and the environment, and he joins the FCC with extensive experience in investing in this sector.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. It's an honor to be here. Let me start by asking you to recall the 2003 blackout in the Northeast. It's estimated it cost this country between $6 and $10 billion and plunged 55 million people into darkness. According to the Department of Energy, smarter sensors on the grid, called phasers, would have given grid operators 30 to 40 minutes warning that problems were developing in northern Ohio. In other words, a smarter grid would have prevented that blackout. But reliability is only one reason we need a smarter grid. Over 70% of our electricity comes from fossil fuels, coal and natural gas primarily. We consume over 20 million barrels of oil a day, and almost 60% of our oil comes from foreign countries. We're neither energy efficient nor energy independent, and the status quo isn't sustainable. It's not sustainable from a climate change perspective, from a national security perspective, or an economic competitiveness perspective. So a smart grid will help. It will help us carry wind and solar power at scale to enable plug-in electric vehicles and to help Americans use electricity more efficiently. What does that have to do with broadband and the National Broadband Plan? Why did Congress ask us to look at energy? The answer is that the smart grid is about communications, and that the smart grid has the potential to be another set of applications on the broadband network. So what is the smart grid? There are many different definitions, and just about all of them focus on more two-way and frequent communications on the electrical system, from bulk generation to transmission, distribution, and the consumer. As we heard in the August 25th workshop that Commissioner Clyburn keynoted, the benefits of this investment we are making at both the federal and state level is clear in saving money and in saving our planet. The smart grid is expected to create up to tens of billions of dollars of value annually and could save hundreds of millions of metric tons of carbon emissions. So if we split the smart grid conceptually into three parts, the actual utility grids, the home or building, and the vehicle, there's a series of interesting questions, interesting communications questions. What are the optimal networks? Are they available? What are the gaps and impediments? What is required today? And just as important, what is possible tomorrow? So what's the state of the smart grid today? We're still in the early days of building this digital overlay. EPRI forecasts it will cost $165 billion to build the smart grid over the next 20 years. Smart meters are just one important application on the smart grid, in addition to important things in the home, like smart thermostats, and in addition to things, automation equipment further back in the distribution and transmission systems. But smart meters are a visible and important metric of the smart grid, as we learned in our public workshop. For those of you unfamiliar with a smart meter, it's an electric meter that has two-way communications capability with the utility, and also increasingly with devices in your home. Utilities can read your meter every 15 minutes or more, remotely connect or disconnect instead of sending a truck, send real-time price signals through the meter. And inside your home, your thermostat and PC will be able to get energy usage information and pricing information in real time. According to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, we're going from 8 million to 80 million smart meters over the next 10 years. Another thing we've learned is that the smart grid is being built with a variety of networks, private and commercial, wired and wireless, licensed and unlicensed, narrowband and broadband. A lot of what is being built today is a narrowband network to the meter built in parallel to the commercial broadband network. But utilities are building broadband to the substation and broadband within the grid. We're still in the first inning of the smart home, but already we're seeing a wide variety of technology and appliance vendors that are entering the market. Our major energy loads and the devices that will control them will be networked through wired and wireless communication protocols. Imagine a thermostat that you can program on your PC or smartphone. Now imagine one that also learns your family's preferences and adjusts the temperature to always keep you comfortable while also working to minimize your bill.
Nick, do you have any preliminary ideas on ways to unlock innovation in the home network architecture?
Yeah, it's a great question, Mr. Chairman, and there's a lot of different business models and different technologies. We have large companies like Google and Microsoft that are coming in. There's a number of venture-backed startup companies that are also entering the market. I think the more ways that businesses or service providers and systems can use standardized data in a safe and secure and respecting consumer privacy way, that really unlocks a lot of the innovation in the home and lets the market fight it out. And so efficiency and energy management are no longer 100% the utility's responsibility, but you have private vendors essentially competing for different energy services, not only in the home, but in the building, where a lot of times the ROI can be greater.
And are you saying also that in the space that the FCC knows, there are many players who've learned a lot and know a lot about smart boxes into the home?
Absolutely.
And is one of the areas you're exploring whether there's anything that we can do to unlock the potential of that knowledge with respect to the opportunities that you're laying out and the needs in the energy sector?
Absolutely. And so there's a number of companies that the FCC does business with that are looking at these markets. And the more that companies, both large and small, can have access to standardized data, either from the meter or from utility billing system or even from generation systems, I think that unlocks a wide variety of business models and technical innovation, and ultimately lets companies compete in this marketplace. So I'll wrap it up here. So where are we focusing our efforts? First, we're building a rigorous data-driven understanding about what are the network requirements of each smart grid application. What are the real bandwidth and latency requirements? Second, what are the impediments to using commercial networks for a subset of smart grid applications? Is it coverage, reliability, or priority in an emergency? Are there impediments that can be removed to make the smart grid another set of applications on the broadband networks? Third, a subset of utilities have argued that dedicating additional spectrum to the smart grid is necessary. Spectrum is precious, as we've learned today, so we need to analyze this issue in a fair and data-driven way, to look at the spectrum and also the alternatives, including both commercial and private approaches. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, we're looking at the consumer and the home and the smart building. What is possible as they have more understanding and control of their energy consumption? What is possible if we unlock the data at the meter and the billing system and even from the generation system? Thank you.
I take it, sorry, I'm going to, with apologies, part of what, if I understand you correctly, and that you're saying here is there's opportunities for great benefits for the country if we can try to reach the energy needs for the country without having multiple networks that are doing the same thing, and multiple, and number one, and number two, unleashing the potential of manufacturers and providers of smart boxes on the communication side to tackle this large national project together.
Absolutely, and so we're seeing the large network vendors moving into this market, and I think that they can provide a lot of value to help solve our nation's energy problems. And forgive me if I didn't make it clear about how this ties into our energy challenges. But 10% of generation and 25% percent of distribution capabilities in the energy network is built for that peak. So the more that we can move the peak through smart energy consumption, through a variety of different business models, that can help avoid us building coal power plants, for example.
Many of the new appliances that are being shipped by the appliance manufacturers such as GE will be enabled with communications devices for power management. Right there you have a clear role for communications policy in the smart grid. And I think, that one of the points that I would like to emphasize is unlocking the innovation has a lot to do with making information about consumption available to multiple parties. And I think that's an important message, right? Again, respecting privacy, respecting all other issues such as privacy, but making the information available to multiple parties.
So will you also be looking at the correlation between broadband adoption and adoption of energy-saving smart devices at home, whether it's web-based devices or smart?
And the linkage happens because some of that information can flow from or to the household through the internet, right, over the broadband connection.
Absolutely. So you could think about getting real-time price signals and energy consumption data from the meter, which the utility has 100% kind of covered requirements and wants to have its own independent control of. But you could imagine getting weather information and other information over the broadband connection. And so I think some of the most interesting models we'll see are ones that leverage the broadband connection.
Thank you.
That's addressed a quick thing. I know we're minus 45 seconds. But in terms of some of the electrical co-ops, I've heard, and you can confirm if I'm accurate, that that they are on the cutting edge or in some ways leading the way as it relates to smart energy deployment because they're using these technologies in order to minimize their, you're talking about long distances in terms of trying to read meters and what have you in terms of rural areas. So this technology has the potential of doing some things or cutting back on travel expenses and truck expenses, dispersing those, deploying is the word I was trying to find, deploying those trucks out in the rural areas, that this can help augment in terms of the efficiencies of that. Are you hearing that? And some of the rural cooperatives are on the cutting edge because of those constraints.
Absolutely. In fact, some of our early conversations have uncovered the fact that rural cooperatives, electric cooperatives, and municipal owned utilities sometimes are farther along in their smart meter deployments or in other elements of deploying the smart grid. And some of that in rural areas is expressly because they have to. They may not own generation facilities and they may have longer kind of territories. And so being more efficient in terms of remote connect and remote disconnect and doing other things like that is critical for them.
Great. Thank you, Nick. We'll move on now to education. Steve Midgley is leading up our work in that area. He joins us from the education technology sector. He's been an advisor to many departments of education and school districts across the country. And Jennifer McGee is joining us again.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. So we're going to start with some data on national student achievement outcomes. And while these data are somewhat stark, we need to use them to frame the current educational system and to show some of the tremendous opportunities that broadband can present to help make real change for millions of students across the U.S. Just briefly, and I know we'll try to compress this for time, but there are a number of educational outcomes here showing the achievement gap between various ethnic groups as well as socioeconomic groups, and there are many other demographic factors we could put up here, are quite remarkable. Just benchmarking 8th grade math against international standards, you can see sort of how the numbers shake out. High school graduation rate similarly distributed. And then for college level literacy by socioeconomic groups, families making more than $100,000 a year, versus families making less than $100,000 a year, you can see the students that test out, ready to go to college in literacy, are quite different. So these data, of course, are well known to the Department of Education as well as many local education agencies, and a lot of work has gone into attempting to address these with some success across the country. The U.S. Department of Education has recently announced a strategic plan with 4 key elements to help remedy the current situation. Those briefly are improving the curricular standards and assessments for learning across the country, developing advanced data systems for learning and educational management, fostering and supporting effective teaching, and turning around the lowest performing schools. Inside the National Broadband Plan, the education group here has done relatively extensive research already and analysis of that research to identify 4 key areas where we think the opportunities for broadband lie for supporting the Department of Education's agenda as well as the state and local agencies who are working towards these same goals. Briefly, those are digital content and learning, teacher capacity, data infrastructure and standards, and 21st century innovation. I'll address these briefly with regard to a core question that we're using to drive our research for each one of these areas. With digital content and learning, there are forms of personalized and individualized learning resources that can be made available through online systems that are really quite difficult to provision to schools and children in a paper-based or traditional manner. And so there's a huge opportunity there to change the way that the textbook publishing system works, as well as to drive interactive content and resources that can really help teachers move away from a situation where they teach the same material to 30 kids to the point where they are facilitating learning for each and every one of those kids. And that's a huge opportunity, and we'll get to some of that research at the end of this presentation. With regard to supporting teacher capacity, there are a number of systems being deployed and experimented with and showing some promise with regards to supporting teacher professional development and teacher communication with peers to help them focus on what their students need, in addition to some of the online learning resources which can remove the mundane and repetitive tasks from the teacher's experience and allowing them to focus on the really strategic instructional issues facing their kids. With regard to data infrastructure and standards, we already know that administration of education can be greatly improved by widely deployed interoperable standards. And this is similar to smart grid issues to some extent, but just in the educational space. But there remains a big question as to how we can do that. And that's what we're looking at right now. There are a number of organizations, both inside the federal government and nonprofit and state government agencies who are very interested in this subject, and we will be collecting together the best strategies for a recommendation there. And with regard to 21st century innovation, we're examining how broadband can be a powerful platform for innovation. So I mentioned these digital learning resources. That's not an innovation strategy that can work in a business model for publishers printing paper textbooks, distributing to thousands of schools across the country. But with a digital resource system, we can imagine new business models for those same publishers to deploy content and learning resources in a much more flexible and individualized manner for individual students and classrooms, et cetera. So we know that classroom usage is the core driver for connectivity, at least for our motivation for connectivity in the education system, and it really does drive quite a lot of the work that we've done. Of course, E-rate is a critical component of this, and thanks to E-rate over the last decade and some years, 94% of instructional rooms are online and connected to the internet, although the level of bandwidth capacity, the number of devices, and those issues still remain to be completely addressed. We also know that teachers are more and more using the internet for instructional purposes, and this chart on the left here on page 119 really documents their increased usage. In addition, teachers still report some issues with connectivity, and then on the bottom right-hand side, we see educational bandwidth usage projections. These are provided by IT administrators on the ground in the school districts around the country who were surveyed and project really tremendous growth in the needs for broadband connectivity over the next 5 years. So this is a very serious projection, not done in some academic sense, but actually queried of the people who are responsible for managing the networks out in the field. We also know that the cost of digital exclusion is a serious issue. So students who have access to these digital resources, as they grow in power, and you'll see some of the power on the next slide, really could become a serious disadvantage to students who don't have access to these resources, either because they don't have the skills or other adoption issues that, that the adoption team addressed earlier in the day. We can see on the left just a correlation, a very basic correlation between high school graduation rates and level of adoption in terms of ethnicity. So not surprisingly, there is a reasonably strong correlation there. On the right-hand side, we can see some of the more germane issues related to specific adoption problems. If 78% of students regularly use the internet for classroom, what about the other 22%? And I think that even within that 78%, we will find, as we undertake survey data and other research, that that the level of use, the quality of use, the rigor in their use for educational purposes is highly variable. 41% of students use email and messaging for schoolwork, and 80% of parents recognize that, that the internet can help their children with their schoolwork. This slide we can go briefly through, which just documents various levels of internet services and applications that can support educational purposes and the relative download speeds required. Of course, we've talked about not all of these are symmetrical, but many of them are. And I think it's important to note that when you're looking at this kind of analysis in the school environment, you're dealing with schools that have 500, 750, 1,500 kids, in some cases 3,000 or 4,000 kids in some high schools. And so when you ask, well, how many children are we going to serve, we're really talking about for the deeply immersive and rich internet applications, we're really talking about very large bandwidth to some of these educational centers. So this last slide, the last data slide that I have, just documents some of the real promise, and this is sort of hopefully ending on an up note. Not everything in education always is so positive, but this is some really exciting stuff in my opinion. On the left, we just have some core research data. There's many other studies that back this up, that individualized instruction yields improved student outcomes. So where you can deliver content that is oriented towards the student individually, the student generally does better. And that's fairly intuitive, but we have scientific research to support that. Now, on the right-hand side, this is some very cutting-edge research. It has been replicated by a number of other groups, but it is still in pilot form. And it basically relates to the outcomes for student achievement. While that doesn't maybe look exciting in terms of same results for students when they use a hybrid model of online instruction with a computer and some support from an adult or professor in this case, versus traditional classroom instruction, which we all know what that looks like. The effort in terms of acquisition of that outcome is half when they acquire it through the hybrid learning model as opposed to the traditional classroom model. And that is really food for thought. It's a pretty tremendous result. In addition, the completion rates are much, much higher, although I would caution against extrapolating that number too widely because in pilot studies you tend to get high adoption of new technologies. So we'd want to take further look at that as the research comes in. So that's the end of the presentation. I have 15 seconds left, so I didn't leave you a lot of time for questions. I apologize. But of course, we're always available at any time you have a question, and we can take some now, of course. These are the areas of focus, the key issues that we're addressing, and I'll open it up to your questions.
Let me just make one observation here, and I think this is another area where I would fall back on Ed Markey's advice to think expansively and think aspirationally. I've talked for years about the need for what I call media literacy throughout our educational system, from the preschool, primary, up through the secondary schools. Maybe we should rename it broadband literacy or internet literacy or whatever, but if this is going to be the primary way that we as individuals communicate with one another, our kids have to have a much better understanding of A, how to use these technologies and products and services, and B, how these technologies, products, and services can use and misuse them. And I think that you can make a case that at every grade level, from kindergarten up through high school, you could design a course or instruction that would appeal to the different age levels and really be a tremendous asset. Now, I know we don't drive education policy, and when you talk about education, you get into state jurisdictions and local school boards and all of that. But we ought to be thinking about stuff like what we in the federal government could put together or put up on the internet in the way of instructional materials so that schools could, if they wanted to use it, the school system could use it, or they wouldn't have to. But I think it's a tremendous challenge, and I hope that we will kind of delve into that a little bit as we make our recommendations on education.
We certainly will, it's a pleasure just to agree 100% with your comment. It's absolutely where we're going, so yes.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Our next subject area is civic engagement and government performance, and Eugene Wong will be joining me right now.
I might add, earlier in the adoption or the application section, we noted the difference between advertised speed and actual speed, and I think I fall into the category of having given you an advertised length of the meeting and the actual. We have about 6 left, and it's in some sense unfair, and I apologize. I do think it's important that you kind of see the scope of what we're doing. Obviously, the point of this meeting is to kind of give you that idea and then follow up, but I'm going to ask Eugene and the rest of the presenters who are doing extraordinary work, but to do kind of the 5-minute drill. You have the presentations, and so, the questions you can ask. But over the next couple of weeks, we'll be able to have follow-up conversations with any of you. But if we can do the 5 minutes and try to keep us to the 5:30, that would be great. But Eugene, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, it's a pleasure to be here today. The topic that I'm covering, civic engagement and government performance, is an interesting one. And the primary question that I'm going to answer for you today is, why does it matter? And with broadband, I'll argue that we have the ability to radically transform both government and civic engagement. As one example, if you take a look at this slide, 43% of individual tax returns, or over 66 million returns, were filed in paper form last year. Paper costs $2.87 per return to process. Electronic returns cost about 35 cents to process, so it's 8 times as much to process an a paper return than an electronic return. What's important here is that if the IRS was able to mandate electronic filings of individual tax returns, the federal government would save over $60 million annually. And so this just goes to show you the power that broadband and technology has to transform our government. The framework that we are using to approach this area is 3 broad buckets. One is the area of government-wide policy, and how can government policy support the deployment and adoption of broadband. The second is service delivery and efficient government, and how can broadband deliver high performance and transform our government. And the third area is civic engagement, and how can technology and broadband transform civic engagement. This slide shows you some of the speed requirements that are related to broadband applications that government will use. And as government transforms and begins to use broadband services, speed will vary pretty dramatically. For example, as the federal government moves to cloud computing, real-time video conferencing, and advanced online interactions, the government will require greater broadband speeds. This is also true on the consumer side. And you think about as citizens access their government through C-SPAN, YouTube, and other social media types of tools, this will dramatically change the nature of government and its interaction with the citizens. Now, the record has established that there are numerous governmental entities that play a role in broadband policy, but a lack of coordination, especially at the federal government level, may hinder broadband deployment and adoption. And just one example here, we've heard from a number of CIOs at the state government level who were required to build dedicated broadband networks for public safety or education as a condition of federal government grants, even though the state had moved to a single uniform network. And so this is just one example of how federal government policy is leading the states and local governments to pursue duplicative and inefficient policies when it comes to broadband and broadband deployment.
When it comes to government performance and service delivery, this slide shows that we're spending over $70 billion a year at the federal government level on information technology, and that's been growing at the rate of about 5% annually. This is significant from a funding perspective as we begin to examine ways that this investment could make government more efficient and effective. Now, aided by this growth in spending, government has been slowly increasing the number of services that are available online. Now, although this has been occurring, the public is more satisfied with online services than offline government services, but still satisfaction with online government services trails the private sector. Government has also focused on online civic engagement, and the transition to the first generation of government online, or Gov 1.0, is largely complete. And this chart shows that roughly 90% of federal and state government websites offer public outreach via email. Now, these numbers decrease dramatically when it comes to Web 2.0 tools, and we're going to be examining what government can do in terms of adopting Web 2.0 technologies. Just a couple of examples here. Washington, D.C. held a Apps for Democracy Innovation Contest and was able to get some tremendous return on investment on the apps that they were able to find. This is some of the cutting edge of what is going on in terms of civic engagement. Another example that I have here is the state of Maine. The governor of the state of Maine asked for ideas when it came to balancing the state's budget. And so they put a tool online, and they received hundreds of innovative of ways to balance the budget, ways that the governor sort of took on hand and said, you know, we could actually do some of these things. And so there's tremendous opportunity here when it comes to civic engagement and how government can use broadband in new and innovative ways to interact with the public at large. I won't go into the key issues, but I'm happy to discuss with you at any point what we are going to be focusing on going forward in terms of these key 4 issues and how broadband may be able to transform government going forward. Thank you so much.
I promise this will be my last intervention here, but I think I feel better after your presentation. I worried a little bit when we were at 95 and civic engagement was just kind of a subset of government operations, and I think I heard you say that civic engagement goes beyond e-government, because in my mind it certainly does, and we're talking about the citizens' relationships with this whole community, not just government, but all the other institutions that make a community alive and thrive and survive. So I'm hoping again that we will look at civic engagement as expansive again. If this is going to be our primary vehicle for communications, it has to serve a host of civic enterprises and aspirations.
Without question.
Okay, great. Now, our next topic is innovation and investment, and Julie Knapp from the Office of Engineering and Technology will join us.
Good afternoon. I'm going to do my best to help Blair keep his promise to try and end this at 5:30. So if you'll forgive me, I am not going to actually go through the slides. They're wonderful slides. But I think the presentation is short, but the point is large. The things we've been talking about today present challenges for us across all of the areas we've talked about, deployment, spectrum, and so forth. And the solutions are going to really rely on innovation. That's going to take investment. And when you look long-term, right now, the innovations really stem from investment in R&D. R&D produces results not overnight. It may take 5, 6, 10 years to see the fruits of basic research. So it's an area that we've identified that we need to look more closely at, what we can do to promote investment long-term, both in encouraging it in the private sector, which certainly bears the lion's share of the investment, but from the federal government side too. There's some good work going on there. I think what we've been hearing increasingly from the industry is that there's a need for more federal investment, because the institutions that were doing basic research are not what they once were. So the basic point that I think out of the presentation, and I'm sorry if I've short-circuited anything, but we'd be happy to answer questions, is that as part of this effort, we need to look more closely at what we can do to promote R&D. And I yield my 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. And I might note, Julie is leading an effort. We'll be talking to you about trying to create asking the community to help us create an R&D agenda for the ecosystem that we've talked about.
Great. Thank you, Julie.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Fantastic. Next, we're going to discuss inclusiveness, in particular how broadband can support people with disabilities, and Cheryl King and Elizabeth Lyle will join us to do that.
Okay. Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm going to give you the speed dating version. We have 6 slides that I'm also not going to go through, but I want to just touch on demographics, report on our workshops, and barriers for use of broadband and the internet for people with disabilities. As far as the demographics go, there are over 54 million people in America of the 300 million population. Over 19% of the population has a disability. Now, these disabilities may be a hearing disability, vision, speech, mobility, intellectual, psychiatric, etc. We have information about those various populations that we could go into at another time if you like. We held a workshop on August 20th that was entitled Broadband Opportunities for Individuals with Disabilities. We had a special observer from DHS FEMA and a special observer from the White House. We did a town hall format, and we asked questions of the audience, and we had a lot of very good participation, but we had 2.5 hours. And we knew that we had more to do. And so we had already scheduled and announced at that workshop that on October 20th, we would do a full-day workshop on accessibility and policy issues. Toward that second workshop, we released a public notice that had a number of specific questions that we asked people to provide us answers to that involved, data and recommendations for addressing the barriers, which are accessibility and affordability. And you've learned a lot about those things earlier in the day, but specific to the disabilities population, we know from data and surveys that a higher percentage of persons with disabilities live below the poverty line, almost half or twice as many as the general population. The same goes for internet use. It's not even broadband use. The only data that is available is from 2003, and it said that whereas 63% of the general population used the internet at home, fewer than 28 to 29% of persons with disabilities had that ability because of the barriers, affordability and accessibility. Touched on the affordability, about the poverty line. People with disabilities are underemployed or unemployed. Accessibility then brings us to a whole other world that must be addressed for people with disabilities to make broadband applications accessible. The equipment and software that is currently available to make internet use more accessible to people with disabilities is quite expensive. For instance, a screen reader for a person with a vision disability costs over $1,000. There is a fairly large population of deaf-blind in America, and certain assistive technology for them to utilize the internet may cost $5,000 to $10,000. The specific accessibility challenges are both in equipment and services and devices, as well as the software. The mass market products should have a threshold access built in. Mass market products should be interoperable. User interfaces must be accessible, menus, guides, and tech support. The content on the internet, video programming that is being transferred from our media realm to the internet realm are not closed captioning. There is a law requiring our television programs to be closed captioning, but so far there is no like requirement for video media on the internet. Web pages, the federal government is required to make their web pages accessible to people with disabilities under 508, Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act. And that's a challenge for federal agencies to ensure that that occurs. And the social media platforms that could be such a boon for people with limited access to transportation, education, and employment. If they could work at home, if they could receive training and support, they could also get employment through telework or otherwise. The broadband has the opportunity to open up a whole new world for many people with disabilities, and it is certainly looking toward the future to happen.
I just wanted to take a second, if I could. I couldn't agree more with you. This transition to broadband is filled with so much potential for our disabilities communities, but it is very challenging. There are special problems and really serious and sensitive problems. And I very much appreciate the work you've done with the workshops. I've been talking to the chairman and my other colleagues, and I'm happy to say that we're going to have an FCC hearing on disabilities on Friday, the 6th of November here in Washington, and it's going to be over at Gallaudet College, and we will have an opportunity to really highlight these issues once more in a very public forum, and also hopefully we'll have a little technology showcase of some of the things that can ease the transition for these folks too. So we look forward to working with you and making, and all of my colleagues, and making that really a successful hearing.
That's excellent.
Thank you very much. John Horgan is back to touch briefly on consumer welfare.
Thanks very much. I want to talk a little bit about how consumer welfare interacts with the broadband experience and really build off of a workshop that we held on September 9th on this issue. And let me just walk you through a little data-driven case study about both the potential and peril of consumers in the digital economy. As you can see from this slide, lots of internet users enjoy online shopping. Consumers spend a fair amount of time at retail sites, seventh most popular destination. And online buyers really like the convenience of shopping online, the time-saving aspect, and most importantly, sizable numbers say that they get better deals because of the extra information they bring to interactions with vendors. So shopping online can give clear benefits to consumers, reducing search costs, improving bargaining positions, and even enabling participation as people rate products online. At the same time, there are some potentials for some pitfalls among consumers. As you can see, about 39% of online buyers say they have strong worries about giving out personal or credit card information online. So against the popularity of online shopping are some real concerns about personal security of individuals' information. And this really comes into focus when looking at low-income Americans versus higher-income Americans. 44% of low-income Americans say that they have strong worries about personal security online, much higher number than is the case for upper-income Americans. And this creates kind of a sad paradox for lower-income Americans. You might expect that lower-income Americans would be the biggest beneficiaries of the time saving from online shopping and the opportunity to get better bargains. But in part due to their heightened security concerns, they're less likely to shop online. So how do we think about trying to resolve some of these tensions as we go forward with the consumer research we're going to do here in the National Broadband Plan? One issue is just better transparency. And what I mean by better transparency is simply providing people the information that lets them pull back the veil of the broadband consumer experience to help alleviate worries that some consumers may have. So this could mean taking steps to help people understand the nature of their monthly bill, the difference between real and advertised speeds. A big message from the workshop on September 9th also was the existence of tools to help people manage their personal privacy online and the effectiveness of those tools. Common Sense Media and the Center for Democracy and Technology were both very clear on this point, but they were also both very clear about the challenges in getting people to use these kinds of tools to improve their overall comfort online. So as we go forward in the plan, thinking about these issues in the consumer research, we plan to explore how more transparency might enable an overall greater level of confidence in the online environment. That could, on the one hand, encourage adoption and use of broadband, and at the same time opening up the benefits to all consumers of the online marketplace. So that's my overview. I can answer questions if there are any.
Great, thank you, John.
Thanks.
Okay. Next, I'm going to invite Alana Berkowitz and Jing Vivatrat to talk about job training and workforce development, economic opportunities.
Hi, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioners, thank you so much. We're going to skip around a little bit in our presentation to give you a flavor of what we're working on while still racing against the clock. So just to start, we wanted to give you guys a portrait of the nature of work and how it's changing in 3 sections, which links to how we've been thinking about economic opportunity. So first, here on the left, you see a graph that has been referred to already in our presentation in terms of what a large percentage of Fortune 500 companies are moving to online-only applications, and we can see tremendous growth just in the 5 years between 2000 and 2005. In the middle section, we see that almost 2/3 of American workers are now networked workers, which for our purposes means that they need to be using online applications, whether it's internet browsing, email, or other more complex applications in an everyday work setting to function their jobs. And as a sort of obvious corollary, you can't be a networked worker if you're not connected. So one of the things that we heard from a presenter in one of our workshops was that Delta Airlines wanted to move a call center back from India and move it to rural Georgia, but the project actually had to be scrapped because the broadband capabilities in that region were not sufficient to support the call center. And then finally, on the right-hand side, we see when we look at employment statistics moving forward that the greatest increase in jobs will be in those that have that are relatively high skilled, that are going to require high technical skills. So essentially, access to and understanding of internet tools is going to become increasingly critical for both firms and workers that want to compete in the modern economy. So that's the stage we're setting for this area, and I'll briefly go over how we're approaching the problem, and then we're going to just jump towards the end of the presentation. So when we're looking at economic opportunity, we're thinking about, obviously, 2 key questions. The first is ensuring economic stability, and the second is creating economic mobility. So when we're thinking about economic stability, we're thinking about for our most disadvantaged communities. We're thinking both in terms of an infrastructure piece and an applications piece. So in terms of the infrastructure element, to the extent that many low-income communities rely on wired community hubs, in many cases libraries, in other cases perhaps community technology centers, how can we be best leveraging them to link them up to the services they need, the social services they need, the economic opportunities they need? So for example, the American Library Association said that at this point 62% of libraries see that one of their most critical functions is helping job seekers build resumes, do online job training, online job searching, and that's up 40% in just 1 year. So we'll be looking at those infrastructure elements, and then also within economic stability, we'll be looking at applications in terms of how can we be more successfully connecting the tens and tens of millions of Americans who receive a variety of social safety net services more effectively and efficiently to those services. And then on the economic mobility side of the house, we're looking at ways that broadband can facilitate new job creation as well as moving people up the economic ladder. And so we're looking both in terms of regional economic development initiatives and then also at the individual level in terms of job training and job placement services that we can be deploying more effectively online. I'm going to skip over this slide. Suffice it to say there are many millions of Americans receiving a variety of benefits, and we will be examining in greater detail different ways that we can use broadband to make that process more effective. And I will turn it over to Jing.
Thank you, Lana. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Chairman.
I just want to quickly share with you some statistics that I've found on the federally supported workforce development systems that our country funds. Federal assistance for job training and placement programs help Americans get jobs, find higher paying opportunities, and allow many Americans to retain their current jobs. Departments of Labor, Education, and Health and Human Services spend more than $12 billion a year on job training and job placement initiatives. In addition, the Recovery Act allotted more than $4.6 billion for job training efforts. The demand for federally supported job training and job placement services is very high, especially in our current economic climate. The analysis that we had conducted for the first chart suggests that our existing workforce development centers, called one-stop career centers, do not have sufficient capacity to address demand for their services. One-stop career centers are funded by the U.S. Department of Labor and operated by state and local workforce development boards. They represent the primary physical venue through which one seeks job training and job placement assistance. During the FCC workshop on job training in August, a panelist stated that online training provides flexibility for adult learners who work, serve as caregivers, or do not have access to transportation. We looked at online training as the second slide, and as you might recall, this was a slide that we took from Steve Midgley's presentation on education. And a recent study concluded that online learning yields similar outcomes as traditional learning. Currently, millions of Americans are unemployed. Many Americans do not earn a family-supporting wage. Some Americans have outdated skills, while others have to take career advancement training to keep their current jobs. Our work over the next few months will be focused on how broadband can be leveraged to address potential unmet demand in job training and job placement services.
I think that's it. Here's a high-level overview of what we'll be looking at. We're happy to obviously answer any more questions offline in greater detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just have one question. The chart on page 153 that culminates in 2005, 3/4 of Fortune 500 companies doing all of their job postings online. Will you be able to get more recent data? It's a very compelling fact. And when you think about, and I know you're rushing through it because of the time, but there's such important information in here on job searching, skills for jobs, and in connection with the overall presentation today, the job creation opportunities around broadband. So this is quite important, and I think this is, along with other pieces of information in here, is very eye-opening in seeing benefits of broadband. So I appreciate that. But
absolutely. Mr. Chairman, the same firm actually, they also provided some very interesting data in terms of how people are now using the internet for online job searching, both for hourly and non-hourly jobs, which we'll be providing at a later date with more time. And I've reached out to them about the potential of updating those numbers. So
great. They're telling as they are, but it'll be interesting and helpful to know the current data.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, along the same line, and this is kind of a merger with education, something that just kind of came to mind as it relates to job training and educational training would be our ever-growing prison population, and I'm wondering what type of connectivity, so to speak, within that institutional universe. That I'll be curious to learn more about that also.
We'll look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have one final presentation. It is on public safety.
We've saved the most important for last, and we also dealt with the most important topics in the middle and at the beginning.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we appreciate your prodigious span of attention and allowing this most important one to go last. Since I speak so slowly for this time frame, I'm going to turn it over to someone who's more quick-witted and silver-tongued, Deputy Bureau Chief Jennifer Manner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. A critical part of the broadband plan is ensuring that the plan addresses the needs for public safety, homeland security, and cybersecurity. We have focused on primarily 4 areas: public safety broadband requirements, next generation 911, cybersecurity and commercial network survivability, and alerting issues. One of our major focuses has been to examine the needs of the nation for broadband communications for public safety and homeland security. As our public safety workshop confirmed, with regard to mobile wireless broadband communications, today the public safety community has no broadband capabilities that meet their specialized requirements. Today, public safety only has mobile broadband communications from commercial sources. Accordingly, an important area that we have been exploring is how to create a nationwide wireless mobile broadband network that can meet public safety specialized needs on an interoperable basis and can enhance mission-critical voice over time. Mobile broadband public safety networks could support a wide variety of applications, for everything from email to data to video. For example, using a mobile broadband network, live video from a response scene could be transmitted between emergency responders, increasing situational awareness. So what is envisioned? Essentially a mobile 4G network that is built to the requirements of the public safety community and is interoperable and reliable. This 4G network will also be able to leverage commercial technologies to bring down costs and allow the public safety community to capture the economies of scale in terms of equipment and devices. These mobile broadband capabilities will greatly enhance America's public safety and homeland security. Besides exploring ways to ensure that public safety has access to a nationwide wireless broadband communications network, we've also been exploring whether the American public could use broadband technologies to better communicate with emergency responders when they make 911 calls. As technologies change, the usage of 911 services increases exponentially. For example, there's been a dramatic growth in subscribership for mobile wireless, and with that, we have witnessed dramatic increases in the numbers of 911 calls made. We anticipate a similar jump as broadband technologies enable other methods of communications, such as photos and text to be sent to 911 centers. Now, what would that mean? Let's say I'm camping and I see a brush fire nearby. When I call 911 on my wireless 4G phone, I can report the brush fire, but I can also transmit a photo of the fire to the public safety answering point. In turn, the public safety answering point can share that photo with the responding fire department, and that can be used for the purpose to respond to the incident. Another important issue that is being examined is the survivability of the commercial network in cybersecurity. Cybercrime is a threat.
Definition of petabyte earlier, so I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but at a later time, if we could have an explanation of exabyte.
A billion.
10 to the 18th.
Yeah.
That's the 18th.
Thank you.
Another important issue that is being, so anyway, back to cybersecurity. Cybercrime is a threat to U.S. national, economic, and security interests. Various studies and expert opinion estimate the direct economic impact from cybercrime to be in the billions of dollars annually. For example, the FBI in 2005 estimated that the annual loss due to computer crime was $67.2 billion for U.S. organizations. A surprising fact that we are witnessing in this area is that while cyber attacks are getting more sophisticated, the attacker's sophistication is decreasing. Technology is allowing more sophisticated attacks than we witnessed in the past. Cybersecurity is a complex area, and we are hoping to expand the record through our cybersecurity workshop, which is being held tomorrow, which Commissioner Baker will open for us. And we'll focus on 3 key areas of cybersecurity: prevention, detection, and restoration. The last area I'm going to focus on is alerting. Alerting allows the President, federal government officials, tribal, state, and local officials to send out emergency alerts to the American public. We are exploring whether broadband capabilities could further enhance and support alerting. So where does this lead us? We are seeking public input on 4 key areas. With regard to broadband communications for public safety, we are requesting additional data on the cost and resources that are necessary to create a plan that ensures that the public safety and homeland security community has broadband access. This data is important to developing a plan that enables a nationwide broadband wireless mobile network that ensures prioritization of public safety communications and is scalable, secure, efficient, affordable, reliable, and of course interoperable. With regard to Next Generation 911, we continue to seek information on broadband, to the extent that broadband technologies are being deployed today in 911 centers and what the roadblocks could be. On the cybersecurity front, we're looking at how other USG agencies are collaborating with the communication sector to prevent, detect, and respond to cyber attacks, and also how widely cybersecurity best practices are being implemented by communications providers. And finally, in terms of alerting, we are looking at what broadband technologies could best enable improvements in alerting and recommend how alerting could be enhanced by broadband. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Thank you very much. Any comments first from any of my colleagues?
I'd just like to say thank you to everybody who was responsible, you for taking the lead and making sure this happened, and Blair and the team here. I know you've got a lot of things to do, and this has been tremendously helpful for me. I learned a lot. I think hope a lot of people did too. I think we all did, but it was a prodigious effort, and I, for one, am very grateful for your efforts, and thank you for them.
I'd like to echo Commissioner Kopp's thanks to everyone. Many, many long hours, obviously. Very, very hard work, all of this. And so Blair and your whole team really should be commended. There's a lot in here to digest here at the midterm, I guess, is the midterm exam. We've got to do well in the final. So however folks might judge the midterm, I think you all did very well. A lot of ideas here. Some will work, some won't work, but we'll have new ideas as we go forward. And strengthen proposed ones, but just wanted to thank you, and I'm going to sit down with my team, and we'll be digesting this and giving you a call to follow up some more. And don't forget the capital formation hearing this Thursday, right here in this room. Little commercial announcement there. So.
I just want to echo the same thanks to the team. It's an excellent presentation. Broadband Palooza at the media stage was great. I have a list of questions, so I'll be following up, and so I think that all of us will, now's the chance to kind of dig a little deeper. There's a lot of work that's been done. There's a lot of work to still be done, so look forward to the next phase.
And I am optimistic. Job well done. I am looking forward to the inputs and the report in February. If this is any indication, as was mentioned, we will have a jam up, as we used to say, report in February, and one that is, what I am impressed about is I understood every word. And I really think, seriously, I really think that it's important that this report is something that everyone who cares about this in America can read, digest, and understand, and we're all well on our way. Thank you.
And thank you so much. You've done an incredible job today laying out the questions, the facts, the issues, and agenda of the challenging topics that the Commission has to work on as part of helping the country, or making sure the country moves to a 21st century communications infrastructure. I couldn't be more pleased by the process. I'm very glad, and I want to thank my colleagues for their participation in the workshops that we've had, and all of your ideas with respect to the workshops, the hearings. We've heard mention of a few of them today, the one in South Carolina, the disabilities hearing, capital formation, cybersecurity tomorrow. There will be more, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, this is the beginning of what will be a few-week process to discuss the items that were raised today. I'm very pleased that we were able to get through the entire presentation, and all of our children are so important. And I mean that seriously. This is such a large set of challenges. Just tremendous gratitude to the team. I think what we saw today was a testament to a few things. One is just the quality of the staff here at the FCC, people who've been here for a long time, people who were here and came back, new people who bring with them expertise. We had doctors talk to us today, and investors, and some of the best researchers in the world, and more. And it's really an extraordinary thing. And I think it's really a testament to the leadership team of the broadband, the Omnibus Broadband Initiative, our broadband team. Eric and Carlos, thank you so much. And Blair Levin, I think you've taught us all some important lessons today about what we can achieve when you bring in great people and empower them to do their work. I'm glad we heard from so many people today. It extended the time somewhat, but it's a real testament to the quality of the staff that we have, and you've also managed to raise the bar for yourselves for what happens next, so I'm sorry for that. Thank you also to, and I can't mention everyone specifically now, but I do want to thank specifically the heads of each of the groups, the deployment, the adoption, the national purposes group, Brian David, Rob Curtis, Kristen Kane. Thank you so much. You've all had your teams to manage, and I think we've seen the great work you're doing today in managing all of those. The last thing I'd note is I think it's impossible in a minute to summarize what we heard today, and so I'm not going to try, other than that it was a very compelling reminder of the importance of broadband, the importance of ubiquitous high-speed internet to unlocking a future of prosperity and opportunity for our entire country. And we've seen consistent focus today on that goal for the country. There'll be good discussion in the days and weeks ahead about how best to achieve that goal, but it's such an important goal for the country, and you've done a terrific job in laying that out. So thank you very much. If there are no other...
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If I can, I'll just a very quick thing, which is following up with Commissioner McDowell's comment. We recognize, we think we're doing well, but we recognize we're really only graded by our final, and that's what comes in February. I know Eric has just a couple of very quick comments to conclude. If I could turn over to Eric.
Great. I'll just make two quick points. The first one is for the public at large, and the second one is for all of us here in the room. The first point is really returning to what I said at the very beginning of this meeting, which is let's be clear on what actually just happened. No recommendations were made at all. The only thing that happened was a very serious look at the state of broadband in America. The risk of that is you could take any one piece of data that we presented today and take it out of context. You could have looked at the $350 million number that a lot of us kind of took back at and say, or $350 billion number, which caused us all to pause. And you could take that out of context and say all sorts of things about it. But I want to just underline that it's very important to recognize that we looked at a lot of numbers today. And what we should take from that is that the context of the problem is very complicated. It requires serious analysis. And what the country actually decides to do will be based on the discussions that we have and ultimately on the final exam. So I hope that as the public digests this information, we recognize that today was the midterm update. And what's most important now is what happens over the next few weeks. And to that, I will speak on behalf of the team that we look forward to interacting with all of you if you want, and all of your staffs if they want, to make sure that we work through every question that I saw you all busily writing down in your notes. That's the job at hand. The job at hand is not to draw conclusions from one piece of data, but to actually work through the issues so that we do well on the final. That's the first point I'd like to make. And the second is on behalf of the team, we'd like to thank all of you for your time, your support, your staff support as we've gone through this. And also, we look forward to the final and know that we'll need more help to get there. So I think that covers it from the broadband standpoint. And we look forward to further engagement with you all as we go forward.
Eric, well said. Thank you. Carlos, Blair? Terrific. Thank you very much. Broadband.gov remains open for business. And Madam Secretary, we haven't forgotten you. Great. Thank you. Until then, we're adjourned.